Okay, the rare Quag actually eating breakfast day. That was all productive and shit. Um, I woke up and then I actually sat up within an hour of being awake. I know. And then get this. I watched the new episode of Jujutsu Kaisen. Season 2 started today. It's so fucking good. No spoilers, but it's great. Um, and now I'm eating yogurt. I'm drinking coffee. I'm gonna stream some BL3. It's a beautiful day. Also, I'm making some steak later. Today's gonna be a good day. All right, let me eat some more of this yogurt. I hope you're all having a good day so far. It's good to see all of you. Guest Control Super, Jaybridge, Hazel, Pickups, Foster, Control, Priz. Opening stuff in JJK Season 2 is so well done. It's so good. Like the animation, the cinematography, and I really like that you know, cinematography is becoming a relevant thing for anime discourse. I think that's cool. Yeah, what am I having with steak later, chat? I'm thinking just some fries. You know, keep it basic, the classic. Yesterday I had some teriyaki chicken and some asparagus, and that came out pretty good. Potato salad. Ooh, that does sound good. That does sound really good, Hazel. I might have to see if I have the stuff for potato salad. I should. Just roast some baby red potatoes. Yeah, I do that pretty often too. Um, they're like slightly underdone last time I did it. I wasn't happy with it. I just gotta err on the other side next time. But yeah, there's me. Hello. Been reading it since it started. One of the best in Jump right now. Agreed. Agreed. I'll be real upset when the manga run ends. Guessed, because it is very good. Already wrong with the potato side. True. 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 Egg breakfast. Yeah. Um. So my connection's already being turbo shit, but hopefully it's still.
Get back here, Shocker!
Shocker.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Shout out my boy Goat Joe. Yes, sir. um. Yeah. It's just I want to gush about it, but I don't want to spoil a single detail of that series for anyone because I do think, as you said, it's one of the best running right now. How you doing, Casey? Good to see you. Okay, so let's warm up a little bit with confused elder noises. um, let's warm up a little bit with just the gun build that I closed out last stream with. And then let's think about and talk about some weapons that maybe haven't gotten their dues in a while in this game.
Welcome
I
back,
think
my
Shocker
girl.
needs to take out a restraining order. It's true. Come on, Optimum. You got this. You don't really got this, but like you can at least try. Come on, come on. Um, yeah, Shocker should take out a restraining order.
Nobody does bullets better than Marcus.
Good morning, Austin.
When did you eat that?
Saw Indy 5, not as bad as ever to make it out to be. That's what K6 was saying. Um, I think it's one of those movies that, like, critics just decided collectively to shit on it. But then, like, your average person's like, but this is fun, though. You know? Mortal Kombat situation. Making a bang stick builder back in 2019. Yeah, what guns have people not given proper attention to that we used back in 2019? I talk about and use the Flacker and Stagecoach a lot, so like obviously those, but what can I use here? Do some Breath of the Dying. Do some Breath of the Dying here. I like that plan. Here we go, Consec and next to Max Fire. Torg is a manufacturer. Lomp, Kill-A-Wisp, Lucian's Ruins. I feel like Lucian's Ruins do get, because like they got a 2021 buff, right?
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels.
I get you.
Make your
And
way
want some
there.
cheap entertainment, get the Shonen Jump app, like $4 a month, some really good stories, not sponsored. Recursion? I think Recursion's on the list, but anyone who comes to hang out here knows about the Recursion. If you watch my streams or Stone Sean's streams or Moonbase Tom's streams, we love that Recursion. Oops. Bye game. This is why we warm up. This is why we warm up.
Do you see me?
When I play on Mayhem 10, it's harder. I do sometimes play on Mayhem 10. Just don't happen to have that set up for this save. And it can be sometimes harder, sometimes easier, depends on what modifiers you have. 72 flagging on a team up? I don't. But thank you. Should have waited for Kraken to get closer for that. That's okay. I want to style on you. Kraken, let me style. Thank you.
Gratitude.
Used Breath of the Dying yesterday on my Amara because I got one a world drop and holy hell, it's insane. It's a really good gun. Like, the projectiles from the on-kill effect on that, once again, the less a gun acts like a gun, the stronger it is in this game. In a lot of instances, and Breath of the Dying is one of those that can hang at like the top tier of content player, provided you are playing to its strengths. Which breath do I have in which slot? I already forgot. Yeah, that one's concept.
A mighty foe, a worthy challenge.
something stealing my kill there.
Where the heavens meet the sky.
It's so satisfying. And the fact that the orbs can crit is like... Here, you come up here.
Even as a flock, the Valkyries couldn't end
We
Those are advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Septimator. Ooh, that's a good pick. The Juju. Yeah, that was no. Good Juju was that's a Mayhem 4 item. That's 2019. Still counts. Still counts. Trevenator. Yeah, people still don't give the Trevenator the respect it deserves. R.I.P. Trev. Working on Stone Spawn dot build is really silly. Awesome with the Kazuka right now. Awesome. I think TNT could be good. I've never heard good things about it. I also haven't personally used it, so maybe it's something to explore. Because when they added it to the game, you know, I played nothing but Wonderlands for like 4 or 5 months straight. And I just haven't bothered to use it after coming back. Kind of weird this game had 2 Destiny references. I don't think it's that weird, because, like, Borderlands has always referenced relevant games. Like, you know, BL2 had Dark Souls references, all Borderlands games had Diablo references, because Borderlands would not exist without Diablo. BL2 had Minecraft reference. They reference whatever's popular at the time. DPS at a Mario level, right? Sniper from the Valentine's Day event. Wedding Invitation. Yeah, that one, due to a relatively recent discovery, is definitely a lot better than most people give it credit for. Yeah. Classic flag game. This works out better. Now I can do this. Just get a kill to kill everyone. That's what this gun is. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to actually start paying attention because I'm on insta-bleed. But it's so good. Craps and almost all the Torgue base game pistols. Yeah, Craps is a little underappreciated. I've definitely made some content around it because it's really good with increased projectiles. But it does often get passed over because the pistol category, highly competitive, you know?
The chaos.
Huge. Roizen's Thorns does get downplayed a fair bit. Echo and Breeder got a pretty late buff that actually helped them out quite a bit. Would be good, haven't seen it recently, OP system. I used that, not last week, but 2 weeks ago on stream. Or was that last week? Time is weird.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
This is just a gun going burr. Like, this isn't just being a regular assault rifle until its effect turns on. It's just a good gun.
This takedown.
And you could just do shit like that.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come.
The doll sound. Yeah, they gotcha. Nothing like it. Or a second kill or something, which is very fast for gun kills, and considering there was no tower bubble. Frame perfect Wotan is something in the realm of like 18 seconds. Remember the first time someone found that brain case interaction and lost it? And then player power increased to the point where sometimes it's hard not to do the brain case thing. It's very cool. Like, the on-kill projectiles spawned by this are 7 times, if I remember correctly, it's either 7 or 9 times the damage of the gun, but also splash, and they're still bullets, so they can still, say, Megavore, they still get your... or 18 times, yeah, so more than that. Thank you. So many multipliers to remember. 18 times. So just pardon me while I cream twice as hard over this gun. Their splash, they still count as bullets, so they get bullet effects such as next to mags anoints. They can crit with Megavore. In theory, they should be able to short fuse. But, like, you know, that's not quite reasonable. Bloodless Angel, gun's sexy, it's so good. What's the brain case interaction? So basically the way Wotan's hitboxes work, the lower half is 2 enemies. The glass that protects the crit spot and stops it from being crit, it is a separate enemy, so you can trigger on-kill effects off of it, and it counts fully as an enemy. So you get kill skills, you get guns that do something if you kill an enemy with them, you can get hollow points, you can get remnant, you can get all that stuff off of just breaking the glass. And because the hitbox of that enemy is in contact with Wotan and Wotan's crit spot, that means if you, say, are spec'd into remnant, and you kill the brain case with a phase slam, the remnant will spawn inside of Wotan's hitbox, immediately detonate, and one-shot the boss. But you can also do that with other things like shooting it with the Breath of the Dying, critting it for a hollow point, rad-sploding it. let's do Cutsman. I already have Malon accompaniment. Perfect. I am gonna get a corrosive Cutsman, maybe a shock Cutsman too. We'll do some throwback. For anyone who wasn't playing or wasn't a hardcore player, Malon Takedown first came out. The meta for a lot of builds was dual Cutsman, shock Cutsman, corrosive Cutsman for this content. It was the premier bossing pick. What note do I go on this? I guess next two mags makes a lot of sense. Because, like, using gun damage annoyance on this is going to be awkward because of how the projectiles work. Yeah, I'll do next two mags corrosive. And then I think I'll do... Cat, what are you destroying? Do shock. And I'll do kill stack on that. I don't need that to do as much. So we got that there, we got that there. The emergency Sandhawk. Although, in all honesty, I won't need it. We got that. Make it a 2019 flat build. It's out of purple mesh, so why not? Yeah, back in the first month of the game, where because of a day one hotfix, Maggie was weaker than purple Jacob Smashers. Don't forget the Liuta. It's one I always associate with that area flag. Ooh, yeah. We gotta use that one today, too. Good shout, Amber. Auto aim. That gun's actually not that bad. It's overhated. It's not great, but, like, it's overhated. Tunguska is one that came up not too long ago. Folks were surprised he didn't immediately trash. Tunguska's good. It's just, you know, threshold of effort to get value out of. It requires use of your relevant character interaction. Excuse me, sneezes. Like on Flak, you gotta leave no trace to apply more stickies. On Moze, you means of destruction or some for the road. On Zane, you violent momentum and or eraser. Oh, using violent momentum on a gun, special. And Amara, you can do fun indiscriminate stuff. But the Tunguska's cool because it's the only target farmable Torg sticky launcher. All the other legendary Torg launchers don't do the sticky mode thing. The Satisfaction, I think Satisfaction is only primary fire mode. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. I think run that for a class mod, but should run SMG damage. Let me grab a relevant one. Need that. Purple Torg launchers into the 2019 rehash. Yeah, they're still very good, very relevant. The launcher category is one of the most power crept ones over time, not just with DLC and mayhem items, but also buffs. Like we never actually lost any player power in the launcher category, so all that stuff that was good then is still good. Even small nerfs over time, like the yellow cake nerf, didn't stop it from being a demon of a gun. Ion cannon nerf wasn't to damage, so completely unchanged for flak. So we go SMG damage. And then I guess gun damage charge speed. Level Rogue any good? I don't think I've seen anyone use that. It's okay from what I've used. I pretty much agree with Ken. It's just like okay. There's nothing special about it. It's just like kind of fine, you know. Ooh, the main thing I want to use here that that was not available in the heyday of the Cutsman is Infernal Wish. We'll grab a wish with... What do we do annoy-wise here? We go amp here? I guess we go amp. Or is it not? Yeah, radiation there. We go AC corrosive. Easy. So I fully expect the wish dot will kill us at some point. But that's okay. We were blowing ourselves up constantly with Breath of the Dying, so... Not different. We gotta appropriately skin these. Cat is shitting and he's bad at it. Let's do it. Hey Foster, thank you for the Prime for the 25 months. I appreciate it. Globetrotter is still considered underrated. People come around to it. I think weirdly Globetrotter does qualify as underrated trade secret because like it's a top tier weapon. It is one of the most powerful weapons in the game, just straight up. But because a lot of people seem to take at face value the misconception that GTD loot isn't good, they just don't use it. Like, you still, sometimes in 2023, you hear people saying, GTD loot, not worth it. It's like, it is, though. Webslinger is worth showcasing. Yeah, I think Webslinger could get a turn here. Hell, I learned something new about Webslinger recently. You know, it has cryo bullets weaved into the burr when you fire the main fire mode. I don't know that. I don't know what happened to normal TV. Most shows are just a doctor show or detective show, nothing else. Yeah, sounds right. It's not bad. A little more slow pace, but... Oh, and there's the wish dot. Okay, I'm alive. Yeah, as long as I have my ASEs, this does good damage. Now, maybe Revolter is more of a pick over, Wish for consistency here. This ain't bad. Okay, now I'm gonna need to use this to kill you. It's your root. This is more of a bossing weapon. So, like, you need physically bigger enemies to get good value. Something to be aware of. Or my turtle near the sea. I'm sorry to hear you had to go through that, Mr. Bolin. It's good to see ya. Oh yeah, I have Bro someone. What is Bro doing? Who let Bro cook? Yeah, my own witch dot. Alright, maybe Revolter's more practical here. So let's go back to that. Just so I can get a proper feel for this. Maybe switch back for bosses. Sir. Sir, I'm scuffed. You can't blindside me like that. So the Cutsman didn't kill me, I killed me.
Come here, girl.
Oh, no, you don't.
I am reborn in the hunt.
Yeah, I have next to my corrosive. This should still be fine. Translation console killed me, I killed me. There we go. You are underrated, Garrick. Got him. Does that mean you're gonna use me? Ooh woo. Oh, I'm gonna shit on you. Oh, understandable. That interaction could have gone one of two ways. Huntsman is funny with Fire 8. Like, the sound? I don't know, something about it is silly. Not have the range for that. Yeah, this is an impractical mobbing weapon. I'm just using it in mobbing to be contrary. You can see it's definitely got the damage. Here, we'll use a proper mobbing gun. And we'll Cutsman Kraken.
The chaos.
Ooh, Cutsman Kraken. That should be my my stripper name. All I need now is rhythm. What do I even have in this thing? Ah, kill stack. Makes sense. Pretty good. That's pretty good. Against big targets, that's gonna be spicy. Feels like it's not meant to be shot fast. The Cutsman? Yeah, I feel you. We didn't have, you know, Company Man and Revolter fire rates back then. Back in the day. Yeah, look at that. Ooh. And against mobs, not ideal. What if I used a DNA for mobbing because it just has more projectiles? That'd be so based. Supposed to be using the shotgun right now. Whoopsie. Fine. That eats! Almost makes me want to consider Gorillas in the Mist Cutsman. That sounds weird. Like, actually, maybe.
Your guts look like.
The hallowed fall.
Valkyries fall.
Nice hollow point.
Death smiles.
Those are advanced mechs.
Gorillas in the
We're after
cut.
something bigger. Keep going.
Oh, Twitter. You mean new Borderlands games good at Borderlands 2 or else I'll move to Montana. What? What?
Don't pee on it this time.
Responded, enjoy the cold. Got him. Speaking of Borderlands Twitter, apparently Jolt's being super based on Twitter in, you know, telling the people who complain about save editing to shut up. Thought that was pretty cool.
Quag jiggling, quag jiggling, quag jiggling.
Hey, McBain, thank you so much for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Always good to see ya. We got into a convo into Septic's chat about online only. Ooh, any interesting tidbits? Real save edit's fine. Save edit is just a thing people do that will always have a market because of how part sets and farming systems in this game work. And theory crafters are always going to do it. Content creators who make builds are always going to do it. Just how it's done. And it doesn't take anything away from anyone else. So, like, if you don't want to do it, just don't fucking do it. I like how my title says underrated guns and I'm shooting a free radical. technically, the free radical is also underrated because some people don't think it's one of the dumbest things to be in this game. So, like, actually, are we pixeling right now? Of course we are. Shoot the beacon, you coward. I could. I just didn't have a beacon on me. This was already in my inventory. I'm just using it to get to the boss so I can Hutsman it. Devil's Horse and we riot. I guess we rioted. I hate what they did to that gun. They buffed it. There's two guns they did that to. The ASMD and the Devil's Foursome, where while increasing the damage, they also did something else to it that just makes it awful to use. They increased the Foursome's radius and they made the ASMD projectile move at a different speed that makes it really awkward. The Antina? That was suggested earlier. Maybe we give that a shot. I honestly haven't even tried the Antina. I think I shot it once. Okay, we can Gutsman this. You? You're both shock heavies. It's obnoxious. Not bad, considering you're immune to one of my bonus elements. Skullmasher? It's kind of common knowledge that the Skullmasher is good, right? Middle of fighting Lilith and DL4 last night and just randomly got booted and that was the last straw. Oof. Did you try talking to her? Try talking to Lilith? But yeah, that's... ooh. Yeah, online only. It's great, isn't it? 05 when? Like, how do we get the 05 in this game? Is that just like... what's the closest equivalent? I guess, technically speaking, that's just a Headsplosion with max radius. But, like, you can't shoot the terrain. 05, you can shoot people's feet and they blow up. I don't know the answer to the stream title. What year is this? We make it work stream today? Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing. Yeah. Possible with gun build. Whatever pops out, you use each boss. That sounds like a fun challenge, huh? Actually, that's a cool playthrough concept. Like, what if I did... I have the gun... What if I have the gun like the entire time, and the only guns I can use are... like, I get 5 pulls on it at the start of each map, and then I have to use those 5 guns for the area. That could be kind of neat. Although I would start doing non-gun stuff, like, immediately. A multi-tap, slept on because how competitive the pistols are. I think you're absolutely right, Guess. Multi-tap's a fantastic gun. Atlas Manufacturer as a whole gets downplayed a lot. But multi-tap is really solid. You can mesmer an enemy and shoot him with sickies. Sickies explode immediately. Yeah. Force online only, so dumb, no offline mode or anything. $70 games, just sad. Realistically, it's $70 for a server slot. So like, here's the thing: it's even more online only than the previous online only game. Like Diablo 3 is online only, but you can like pause your game if you're playing solo. Little things like that. So like, if you get hit with a spike of server lag, you could pause your game and wait it out, and that actually mattered very often. It's, you know, Blizzard servers for an online only game. But D4, you can't do that. So it's somehow even more online. Freaking Devil. Freaking Devil's a fun one.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Huntsman never went anywhere. Look at this thing. People think this thing isn't good? Like, what do you mean?
Come on, girl. You're not finished.
What do you mean? Look at this shit. This is just exactly how we used it in 2019. Got nerfed? It didn't even get nerfed. It just never got buffed. But like, it didn't need to be. It's the GOAT. Oh, jeez. Can you sit still and spawn some ads, please? Thank you. Exactly what I needed. I appreciate you. That'll lead the shots a little bit, but...
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us again.
I do want to explore how the Cutsman does on, like, Amara, because Amara didn't have heavy rain back then. That's projectile speed. So, for weapons that have weird, unconventional projectiles like this, projectile speed could be better, it could be worse. It depends on what you're shooting at and what range. But as you can see, Cutsman against big enemies, it just chews them up. They just reuse the character model the Maliwan have to make Tron. Yeah, it's exactly the same model. He's literally just bigger. Like, you can even see the smaller heavies do the Trant animation that he does in his cutscene. They even do that. It's just Trant has, like, one extra attack that they don't. Morning, Jedi Monkey. How are you? First Woden kill with Cutsman? Yeah, me too. Me too. My first Maliwan takedown clear was Driver Amara with Shock Cutsman, Corrosive Cutsman. What did I have in my other slots? It was mostly just those, because at the time Driver was crazy enough that, like, you could use anything. So I just used the Cutsman and mobbing anyway. I think I just used those two. But then when I started clearing it on Flak, my loadout was Maggie, Brainstormer, Cutsman. That was the strat. And then Flak build crafting kind of evolved. We started using launchers more. Player power went up, so we didn't need the Shock Cutsman anymore. Kept the Corrosive one though. The Shock one got replaced with a launcher for Bridge. Eternal Tron only slightly harder than Captain Tron. They're both story bosses, Zealous, so like there's no difficulty there anyway. General Tron is just Captain Tron, but with different elements. Like, Captain Tron is Fire and Cryo. General Tron is Shock and Corrosive. What triggered launcher uptick? Takedown challenge? Yeah. Moxie held a community challenge for us to, everyone was speedrunning the Maliwan takedown with, you know, some restrictions. and launchers were quickly revealed as like one of the most efficient things. And you saw some pretty diverse picks. You saw lump usage, you saw Nukem, you saw Scourge, a little bit of Hive. Plague Bear didn't exist yet. Mongol was not legitimately obtainable yet. Rhino was not legitimately obtainable yet. Two-Fang Nukem Swap was a big brain winner. Yeah. Rator with Two-Fang Nukem for the Wotan fight was inspired. In fact, I say Captain's harder as you do a playthrough because your low level will have less power. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. By the time you get to Necrotafeo in the story, like, you're steamrolling everything around you. So Cut's been legit really good. I'm favoriting this Corrosive one so that I just keep this on the save. 100 pair with Red Queen for their beam effects. That'd be thematic. Yeah. What you got for food, Sora? Okay, what other weapons are we gonna do? Shrieking Devil is a fun one. You can actually do some pretty cool stuff with that on Zane. It's obviously duct tape mod, LOL. But it's also an eraser-friendly weapon. And it does have a projectile for playing dirty to copy. So you could do like, you know, Infernal Wish, Cryo, Shrieking Devil with an elemental projector on Hustler Eraser Zane, and then just one-shot everything by critting yourself. Pretty funny. Monarch was also crazy at this time. Monarch didn't exist yet at this time. It was the Dictator at the time. Monarch was not out until spring of 2020. That's when we got Sandhawk. And Kaeson. It was Dictator first. Skexel in 2023. Ooh, based. Based. I like it. Let's do Skexel. Good shout. Yeah, somehow make some inventory space here. I don't need a pearl. I'll keep one. Crossroad. I like that too. So something I've been very adamant about is that Crossroad died to not being buffed rather than the nerf it took. But I do want to see exactly how it does in terms of player power with like all the stuff we have, like Revolter and Company Man to boost it. I want to try both of those. Make an extra slot here. I'm gonna go. We'll do Crossroad first, but I'm gonna get myself the Skexel too. Crossroad. We go Corrosive. Kill stack. Assuming we can, you know, get a kill to get shit rolling, it should be fine. XZ41. XZ41 makes me sad because it was one of my favorite guns just before 2.0. Some of my first YouTube uploads were a Dictator Zane build, XZ41 boss melts, and Insider boss melts. Did someone say Insider? I almost want to do accuracy, because one of the nerfs they did to Crossroad was accuracy, and Flak doesn't innately have any, but... You know, fuck it, we'll do that. We'll do that. I'll have mag size on the bottom here. Game stream first? This, Borderlands 3. I only got into streaming because of Borderlands. I think the second game I streamed was... What was the second game I streamed? I don't even remember. Huh. First Instinct is Dragon Age 2, but I don't remember. Mass Effect? Nah, that was a while later. A reflex there for emergencies. I need a Hyperion SMG bounty hunter. Dude. Pokemon? That doesn't sound right, but like I don't know either. It's been so long. I have no idea. Okay, so we go Hyperion crit. SMG damage. Can we go accuracy? I think that's funny, so I'm gonna do it. Let's see how this goes. I don't have high expectations. I do expect the Skexel to do well once we get to it. Rice with chicken and roasted carrots and a curry sauce. Ooh, that sounds real good. I haven't had curry in a minute.
Come here, girl.
You guys don't believe his Zane hate propaganda. He obviously loves Zane. Only romantically, bro. Not from a gameplay perspective.
Elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Okay, so we're gonna want to get Bill Stag going here. It's not as bad as I was expecting, I'm gonna be honest. As long as I crit, this is fine. See this thing chugging ammo, though? Fucking 77 mag. I'm still reloading quickly. Stop S-keying. Oh, and here's where it stops doing damage. It's also weird. It's not full auto. So it's not like auto bursts. You have to pull the trigger every time. That's awkward. I think accuracy was the right decision here. Level 55, all my guns need a full mag to kill any mob unless it's my legendary revolvers. They're probably under-leveled. Or you're on too high difficulty, would be my guesses there. His most recent discovery you / someone you know made about a gun that made you go, huh, didn't know that. When was it roughly? Last week or week before, found out the web slinger does cryo damage. Like, additional cryo damage. Not like a bonus element, but like, some of the bullets will just be cryo. Even if the gun isn't cryo. Like, a week or two ago. I didn't know that.
Keep them busy.
Okay, so not fantastic against beefier targets. I mean, with kill stack ramped up, it'd be fine.
Weak ladies.
Throw Doobie on Mayhem 3.
Satisfied.
There you go. You didn't know that one either, Rune? Notice, too, that the Heckle and Hyde Venomine Torque pistols, the red text, an awesome reference. Yeah, it's weird that those never made it into the game. Yeah, Tom Crossroad Thirsty. How you doing? Stop hiding. I imagine this gun would feel pretty good on Zane, because... Yeah, shut up, Rune. Because he's got all the crit damage in the world, and he's also got innate accuracy, so he doesn't need to spend gear slots on it. Maybe it could be decent on Amara, because it's a lot of projectiles, so like indiscriminate chances. This is definitely performing better than I anticipated. CCC Crossroads Zane. What year is it? It's on brand. In a hot minute, did try to remember exactly how it went. Did my overloading and crit damage setup. Yeah, that checks out. Like, if you went... With what we know about Arma and Flint now as well, you could maybe weaponize that in an interesting way.
I will see you again, Valkyries, when the death song begins to sing.
Knife Drain Cosmic Crater with melee action skill. That's pretty good, actually.
Keep going.
Hey, another Crossroad. Yeah, this gun's surprising me, legitimately. I didn't expect it to do... I didn't expect it to be viable. And the fact that these
You found
very
success.
popular 2019 picks are still viable in 2023 is a testament to how much player power increased, because neither Crossroad nor Hutsman got a 2.0 compliant buff. And what we mean by that when we say things like that, because I'm sure you've heard that thrown around, is when they overhauled the Mayhem system in the spring of 2020 with the Mayhem 2.0 update, and that's when Mayhems 5 through 10 were introduced. There's enough of a jump in enemy HP that a lot of guns simply stopped being viable because they didn't get buffed for it. But a couple of guns were buffed preemptively, most infamously the Lob. Got a near 1000% buff. I can prepare for 2.0. The Krakatoa is another preemptive buff. So the Cutsman and Crossroad being weapons that were very desirable and very powerful in the early days of BL3 before 2.0, and then they kind of like usage fell off a cliff. I think that was in the window where we didn't yet have a lot of the other increases to player power, and community knowledge also plays a role here.
May we meet again on the hunt.
Like, we didn't know what we currently do about Bounty Hunter. Mo's player base had not yet caught on to how to use her damage formula. Zane didn't yet have reasonable access to ASEs. Revolter Company Man didn't exist yet. There's a lot of weapons that the combination of Revolter or Wish plus Company Man or Toboggan, those 4 items have had such a huge impact on gun viability. Early Mo's is also starved for synergistic weapons. Yeah, a lot of the Mo's staples came out in 2.0 or in Bounty of Blood, which was after 2.0. Emergency reflux. Where's my pet? Right here.
Let's go hunt.
Yeah, once you get this thing ramped up with kill stack, which had also not been buffed at the point where we were using this weapon originally, it's worth noting. This anoint was introduced with the Maliwan takedown update, but it was buffed in mid-2021. That's another thing to consider. Okay, can y'all leave me alone so I can... Just want to cross some roads. It's cool how quickly this gun cycles fade away. I do enjoy that. It used to have an additional set of projectiles. This is fun. Use a lot today? I could. Hi, Jun Limpoy. Welcome in. Did I ever turn on Echo Cast? No, forgot. Good to see you on. Good to see you as well, Sleeps. How are you today? I remember absolutely loving Westergun on launch of this game. Yeah, Westergun was the Splash SMG on launch. I can't think of another one that was like even remotely as good. Because Hibsworth was Mal 1 Takedown, which was 2 months in, and Boomer was DLC 1 and had not gotten buffs yet, so it still wasn't quite desirable. KSN wasn't until 2.0. Hellfire, but it was, still is kind of bad, right? Or burst to kill Abby ain't bad at all. That's really not bad, but look at my ammo. When's the last time you used an SMG and ran out of bullets? Like, holy. Got to level 57 today and did my first M6 on Tron. Yo, congrats. Keep forgetting Hellfire's in BL3. So did Gearbox. Mose was using the Ogre, that was sadness. Yeah, yeah. Mose did not have a lot of synergistic weapons early on. Yeah, I need ads to spawn here for kill stack. Oh yeah, there we go. I just gotta get a couple kills, and we cooking. I should have a res equipped, but I'm a bad black player. Damn, kill stack wore off. Let me just get that back real quick. Take the free reload, thank you. And not fantastic there. I was hoping for a little more. But you know, this is why Cutsman was the shout. Because Cutsman, as we saw in the last run, fucking eats this boss. Yeah, if you want to do, like, fun SMG gunplay. This for mobbing, Cutsman for bossing. You're in good shape. Stand still for damage.
Titanic takedown.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter.
Yeah, Crossroad viable with investment. And you still need to choose your targets carefully, but, you know, Crossroad viable, 2023. I don't speak very much French. I can read a decent amount, but I understood that.
Come from.
I would try speaking, but my accent is horrible. Time for the best clickbait vid on Crossroad. If the game had launched with more Maliwan weapons in the vein of Beacon, Kiv's Plasma Coil, I think we'd have clocked their strengths much quicker. Definitely. Definitely. Because, like, what was the optimal short fuse weapon day one? I'm trying to think of stuff that was, like, in the game. Hey, Sandwich, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Trevinator. You think even though it was ×3? I'm trying to think of single pellet splash weapons. Like, Maliwan got an early buff because it wasn't fantastic. Storm wasn't really great at the time. Slow enough, you get multi-procs out of a shot. That tracks, yeah. How you doing, Glenny? Okay, Skexel time. Skexel time. For Mr. Master Ken. Let me make inventory space for this, though. I don't need a snowdrift. What's up today, Quag and Chat? We're messing around with some underrated guns. Underrated for various reasons. Whether it's ones that kind of fell off in public opinion over time, whether it's ones that are known to be good, but people don't know the extent of how good they are. Now, that's the sort of loose theme of today. Underrated shit. Now, some of the weapons are going to be things that I myself haven't used in years, like the Skexel here. This thing does roll in corrosive, so we grabbing that. Do I go kill stack here? I don't think I do kill stack. I think I do next two mags. Next two mags corrosive here. Yeah. And I'm gonna want a COV company man. Free Radical's pretty underrated. Unironically, Lonely Star, yes. Now, it's one of the most overpowered items that its existence annoys me. But it's still underrated because that is not how a lot of people see it. You know? Like, you'll sometimes still see people run around being like, man, the plasma coil is the strongest weapon in the game. And it's like, they don't know. So I guess I do, for substats, area damage, corrosive damage. That's a tricky one for the third one. Because you can't get weapon type. Mag size doesn't do anything, because COV. I guess movement speed? Yeah, I guess movement speed. I remember if Hornet was good at launch, just thinking of other base games slash guns. Good, but it did get big buffs later. Hornet's a good shout. Yeah. Baby Maker's always been good. It did get a buff when the TDR nerf happened. But it has always been good. I need a class mod. Is this still a pistol? It's a pistol. I had to check. I couldn't remember if it was a pistol or an SMG. So we go pistol, area damage, and weapon crit. Yeah. Okay. See how this goes. Mr. Crossroad Run, you did, J-Bridge, but it was good. It was good. Not fantastic bossing, but surprisingly good in mobbing. And my hypothesis is that it would go even better on Zane or Amara. Still viable as an ammo hog, right? I think Amara giving it built-in multi-target would be fantastic. Also, she has accuracy. Zane has accuracy as well, and massively more crit damage. But yeah, fully viable. And did a bunch of tests with Terraflak I want to do. Turns out the main gun I'll be using Fearmonger. Plus 3 pellets was Terror, Cryo, Rex, everything. Sounds pretty cool. I'm a big fan of the Fearmonger. Westerone was also fine, but it needed the later buff to keep up. Mo's also lacked damage formula access for her rework, and no one had gear formula luxuries. All true. All true. I think Mo's really became what we know Mo's as spring 2020, because that's when Redistribution, Russian Offensive were buffed. That's when Aeson, Sandhawk came in. Gun cooks. This gun actually cooks. You just click heads. It's a little hard to use, but it cooks. PCB got splash, yeah, that too. Scrappy got buffed then too. Like, this gun just goes hard. This is unironically killing faster than the free radical we were using. Just pointing that out. Now, I'm not saying the Skexel does more damage than the free radical. That is not what I'm saying. But it is currently clearing faster. This gun's just really fucking good. What elements does this thing roll? Corrosive Fire Shock. The important ones. Hey, Rexy, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Hope things are going well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is with Company Man? Yeah. Ouch. I'm blowing myself up a fair bit, but time goes hard.
Go and meet
Shenanigans
death.
Radrex Rave.
Love the Skexel so much, dude. Glad to see it's great on Mam 11 right now. Yeah, it's this gun's just good. I can tell you from that courtyard performance, this gun is just going to be good if you build into it on any character. That was late. Yeah, text-to-speech does not like to do the reading of the thingies on time. It's rude.
How are your last rescue?
Gotta not blow myself up. That would help a little bit. Look at that, that's so sick. Still using Revolter. Got devoted. My instinct is meh, but like, we're trying stuff out today. Maybe we try some devoted at some point.
Right, they're unholy.
It is a bit important to keep up bonus elements here to deal with other elemental matchups, but like, that's true for a lot of guns.
Only the word unforgivable.
One of the things I really like is it's a COV that doesn't,
Even as a flock, the Valkyries could end my hunt.
you don't have to reload it super often.
Megs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Hey, Leuda. You don't have to reload it super often. So you get really good mileage out of next 2 mags, and Black's long animations aren't working against you here. Hey, Big Dog, how are you? I like it as well. It's a good gun. Skexel is good. And what's really awesome about this is it's one of those dedicated farm only items, and it's available only in the section of the game everyone skips with the DLC start. This comes from Scrack, an Ascension Bluff, so you can get this at like level 7. You get this gun at like level 7. Hey, Stump, thank you so much for the 26 months. Good word, text speech on that one.
There once was a Florida 4K from Nantucket. They got their foot stuck in a bucket. The enemies did fear, as he drew near. Their death would surely come soon, it. Don't ask what happened to the bucket.
What happened to the bucket? Thank you so much, Stump. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I hope you and yours are doing well. And always a pleasure to have you around. Florida 4K? Yes, Florida 4K. Caught in Florida 4K. You might only level 57, got it as a random drop from Tron 2 levels ago. You didn't get the Skexel from Tron, unless you're playing a modified game. This gun just legitimately isn't in the world drop pool. It is a dedicated drop only, which is why so few people remember it. And that's the case for a lot of weapons. So when BL3 first came out, Devoted was talking about? Devoted, yeah. Yeah, Devoted is one of those meh guns. I do want to give it a real shot, because, like, if the Skexel's surprising me like this, then... Skexel and Crossroad have been good so far. But yeah, answering your question, J-Bridge, as soon as it's being flat and Corrosive's getting a boost, definitely. But the fact that this can roll the core 3 elements means it can be good on every character in every situation. Obviously, you can't do things like Executor, Cryo, or Superior Firepower, Cryo, but, like, you still get the core 3 elements, and that's most important. Like, this would have been unfortunate if this, say, didn't roll in a Shield's relevant element. And there's a lot of guns in this game that are undercut by, for example, being locked to fire. The fact that this rolls multiple elements is pretty ammo efficient. Like, it's got splash bonus projectiles, which really good formula-wise, but it's also got just fast bullets for dealing on-demand damage. Like, it just feels good. You know how doll weapons just feel good? This almost reminds me of a doll, somehow. It's a COV doll that has explodey shit. It's really weird and hard to describe. It's hard to put the Skexel in a box with any other weapon. It feels very unique. I like it. I mean, jerk off this gun some more, but I don't know. It's just very efficient. I like it. Like, you get incredible next to mags uptime with this thing. Knocked it off the cliff for the kill. Love that. Love that from me. You're just playing Flaccid? Yeah, I'm pretty much using Flaccid as a platform for all this gun testing. It's just the quintessential flak gun build. The one I can most easily just plug weapons into and see if they're good. Normal bullets, occasionally bonus splash projectiles equals COV soul render. Kinda, yeah. How you doing, Butter? COV is a firelock problem. In a lot of cases, yeah. Yeah. Gun might be a Rocketeer, no short fuse thing on Moe's. Be cool with TCP, not much short fuse synergy. Yeah, yeah. I wonder how amp affects those bonus projectiles. Like, that makes me want to do bloodletter stuff with it. Soon I'll play through my friend. This is his first time. Got this gun. Is good for like 10 levels. Yeah, this is one of those guns that'll last you a good solid while. What I'm doing is using shock weapon to get down an enemy with shields, switching to elemental DPS gun using grenades to help remove shields. I mean, you don't have to worry about shields. This shield here gives me a lot of bonus shock damage. And then I have this anointment here giving me bonus radiation damage. So I just brute force. Optimally, even with those, it would be better for me to, against the tankier shielded enemies, just switch to a shock Skexel, but I'm lazy and my backpack is too full.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Wow. You know, a gun's good when it makes you do the stank face. He thought you're Quag. Got him. Yeah, this gun has been very pleasantly surprising. It's just good. Like, I want to slap this on a bunch of different builds now. Like Priz mentioned, this on Moze could be pretty cool. Because normally non-splash guns, Moze just kind of goes, eh. But like, this has the bonus splash projectiles, which that isn't enough to make me want to use Soul Render on Moze. But the way Cloud of Lead functions could be very interesting here. And with a little trigger discipline, we don't have to reload. Bypassing that problem with COP. I think it could be interesting. So yeah, Skexel's another W so far. That's cool. Crossroads, surprisingly good. Skexel, surprisingly good. Cutsman, surprisingly good. Where are we going next? Spitball the tree 24 points in blue, and it's making me laugh. Let's look. TDR as a whole manufacturer is underrated. We don't have to get into that yet. I'd say Becca's underrated just because nobody wants to get a Becca. Like, if you've already ever gotten it on that character, good fucking luck. Boogeyman, my beloved. Boogeyman's a really good gun that's underrated. I think Boomer's a little underappreciated. It's just, it's in a competitive category, right? Splash SMGs and Splash Pistols are highly competitive categories. I did mention the Breeder earlier. Maybe we do some stuff with the Breeder. I kind of want to do Conference Call. Like a Septimator showcase, but it's Firelock. We can try to force some value into the Septimator. Fearmonger, I think it's just okay. Fearmonger is very, very good. Fearmonger is very good. Because it's Hyperion, which means it gets access to some good stats. It's got the shield. It's splash. It's constant damage over time, which has a lot of cool skill interactions. It's splash. There's not a lot of splash Hyperion guns, and that's really good damage-wise. Rolls in every element. If you're terrified, gets more projectiles, got high base damage. Fearmonger just does a lot of stuff well. It chugs ammo. That's like the only real downside. Fever. The last time I tried Fever, I was very underwhelmed. It's like the only Hyperion shotgun I can think of that isn't what I'd immediately just call good. You know, Selfless Vengeance on Moes do incendiary damage even if you have like radiation gun? Yes, but it's also just kind of a shit skill. But yes, Moes has a lot of fire bonus elements that just give you fire damage even if you're not using fire guns. This is why in most Moes endgame builds you do not see people recommending fire guns, because she already does fire damage. I'm feeling conference call here, chat. I think we do some conference call. So conference call used to be, obviously we don't, BL2 was a demon. But in early BL3, it was also one of the best bossing weapons in the game. It was the Tyrene Melter. It was the Wotan Melter. And, you know, obviously Graveward as well. But specifically, the Tyrene application was really cool. Because she's just a bunch of big, ugly hitboxes. So the projectiles just go crazy. And early BL3 farming Tyrene was something a lot of people were doing for King's Call, Queen's Call. Remember, early BL3, we did not have dedicated drops for a majority of items. We had a lot of dedicated only items, such as the Skexel. You know, Skexel, Garcia, Masterwork, Crossbow, all of those dedicated only base game items, those were the only sourced things. So having good tools for farming those bosses was very relevant. I think I'll give myself 2 of these. We'll do next 2 mags, Corrosive and Killstack. Show him the red line? I should, Ken. I should. Red line goes crazy. We'll do that today, too. That'll work. Let me skin these appropriately. Bright side? The bright side's a weird one. I really like the gun. It's just very awkward to use since level 72 because the radius on the splash radius passive got bigger to the point where if you have both of them, Brightside Chuck kills you upon splitting into the drones if you're not backing up very quickly. I was a fan of the conference call in this game. I think the small mag holds it back. That was my thought process behind putting Killstack. So, like, I can just reload quickly. Letter buff is any good? It's decent. Not fantastic, especially among Maliwan pistols, which is a lot of competition. You know, Hellshock, Beacon, Free Radical are just there. But it's decent. Gold Rush for shooting, mobbing specifically, surprisingly good. I remember you had some success with that, Butter, with Driver. I mean, it's a corrosive SMG, so in theory it should be decent on flak, right? Lending is a real problem in our society, predatory lending. True. It is unfortunately not a problem for enemies in this game. I forgot about this thing's fucking recoil. This thing kicks. Which is weird, because it's a Hyperion. But holy shit, it loops head count so well. Conference call do be cooking. It do be calling conferences. I still think Convergence is just like better, but like this is by no means bad. I suppose this would be better against more spread enemies than the Convergence would. And it is a little hard to see while shooting this. I'm just kind of hoping that I'm aiming at an enemy a lot of the time. What if we made just a BL2 nostalgia loadout? We just run Conference Call, Herald, Fastball. All items that for some reason are downplayed by the community when it comes to this game. And just melt some brains. Where's my ammo? Oh, my ammo's doing pretty okay. Ever enjoying the frequency? Yeah, frequency is good, it's just awkward. So, ironically, I would have killed Kraken faster there if I had shot slower. People still downplay the Herald after this insane buff? Yes, Ken, there are people willing to die on the hill of it was better in the previous game. Now, I think with those people, they're not actually using it in this game, they're just saying that. But it is still a take that I've heard in 2023. Setup using for this build. Max red tree. Now, some of the skill points aren't going to be optimal here because, like, Two-Fang on Conference Call, not really relevant, but this is just what I'm using for all of these guns. It's the same exact build, I'm just changing out some of the gear. I need my bonus element. Yeah, against smaller, very spread out enemies, it gets awkward. But use it for shit like that. It was good before the buff and absolutely bonkers after. All BO3's fires faster, handles much better, and is element flexible. Can't forget those elemental options, right? Subway received backlash because their sign said our subs don't implode. That's great.
Yeah, Valkyries have thrown. Read a damn book.
Rocket Pod, I feel, is also underrated. It's annoying to use in some content. Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Trade secret. It can be very annoying. But it's one of those things it has a gameplay loop around it. You don't want to kill badasses with it. So what you can actually do is you can put away your rocket pod and kill the badass with a different gun, and then take the rocket pod back out, and it won't have reset. Something I don't see a lot of people doing. Hey Pupsy, how are you? Let's see why everyone's mad. It's not that deep. Not as deep as the wreckage. Guessing Bounty Hunter, Revolter, Hunter Seeker, Pisser, Mesmer. Currently Mesmer, yeah. And Revolter, Bounty Hunter. And that joke doesn't give you a sinking feeling. So some people really looked at that sign and they just they imploded, huh? Need my bonus elements. Start Outer Wilds. Yeah, I think I fell asleep when you were changing games. How is it? I still know nothing about that game other than the soundtrack is good. Took 2 hours to get out of bed, but I'm here and got coffee. How are you? I'm okay. I had a surprisingly productive morning. I got my day planned out. I even ate a little bit of yogurt with my coffee this morning. Sustenance, healthiness. Do I feel like shit? Yeah, but I'm in a good mood, so it doesn't bother me as much, you know? Have to ask the detractors of that sign, what are you mad about? Good one. Good one, Savage. Oh yeah, proud of you. It takes a lot to get stuff done. I'm glad you're in a good mood. Thank you. I'm proud of you too. Even it taking 2 hours to get out of bed, you got out of bed. Like, that alone. I don't do that some days. Like, Sunday is my day off, and most Sundays I just never get out of bed. Priz can tell you, almost every weekend, I make plans to game with Priz, and then like half of them I just end up sleeping through said plans. Because I just can't bring myself to get out of bed. So, good on you for not being me. I'll get out of bed because LDR, if not, I'd never leave, I think. Yeah, no, that's a mood. I can relate to that, too. Hey, Mr. David Bullen, thank you for taking care of Moo. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I need to get some distance and get my fadeaway up. Excuse me, stop shooting me. It's rude. Do not shoot back. Thank you. Garcia and Maurice's vendor. Ooh, nice. And crossbow. Based Maurice. Maurice selling that good this week. The shotgun physics in this game are so funny. There you go. Hey, Blunder. Struggling with true takedowns and damage launcher is good for cryoman's clone builds. Like all of them. If you're struggling for damage, then I would say your easiest fix is well, one, Wotan resists cryo, so be aware of that. You don't want to use cryo against that boss. But two, just like run faster when you're shooting. Like if you fire say a hive or a plague bearer from like a full speed slide, nothing's gonna live that. You don't even really need your kill skills up. Nothing's gonna live that. Keep in mind, violent momentum is the biggest source of gun damage in the entire game, and at like walking speed, Zane is like double digits numbers of Amara skill trees in gun damage. It's stupid. So if you get like running speed, the damage gets pretty silly. You break my shield. Thank you. Need the Revolter bonus element. Using Seeing Dead? Yeah, don't use Seeing Dead. Seeing Dead does nothing for your damage. Especially if you have Mantis, it just does nothing for you. The only real use cases of Seeing Dead are triggering your kill skills in builds where you're not shooting. If you don't have Mantis in gun builds, and if for whatever reason you are stacking a shitload of fire rate. Also allowing Digiclone and Sentinel to sustain their own durations, but none of those are doing damage with guns, especially rocket launchers. Just not suited to that. If you're trying to do more damage with launchers in a conventional way, you're looking at Infiltrator or Antifreeze. Against any enemies you can crit, Executor. Run and shoulder cannon for ASCs, that not good from a build. That is good. That's good for like every gun build. Babymaker Seeing Dead. Babymaker's an interesting case, because yeah, the fire rate goes hard. Yeah. How do we feel about Bloodstar Beast? So it's maybe not entirely underrated, maybe underused to the annoyance of getting one with parts and element you want. Yeah, Jester, I think you're really on target there. It's got a lot of part variation, and farming it is just fucking awful. But it's a good gun. In my opinion, the Bloodstar Beast is, and yes, I'm gonna use the B word, I'm gonna say it. Bloodstar Beast is the best assault rifle in the game. Now that's a weird sentence for a bunch of reasons. But yeah, the Bloodstar Beast scales with assault rifle damage, if you were unaware. Pixels. Yeah. Yeah. Best? I know. I know. He's changed. Oh yeah, I forgot. Shotgun against better half. Okay. We're good. We're good. That's some good boss damage. Yeah, that does the trick. Conference call, you know, better than I remember.
That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us again.
You're gonna get pushed back on that? As I should. As I should. Because I said best. So I should get pushback. Them's the rules. Because there's absolutely cases where there are assault rifles that perform better. You know, Gorillas of the Mist Monarch. Easy example. No pew pew in the hands of Digiclone. Oh, I was screwing my pants using not Bloodstar Beast, obviously. Breath of the Dying earlier. Like, there's plenty of good assault rifles. Well, you don't say best. Clairvoyance and Becca for me, yeah. Clairvoyance and Becca are really good. Rowan's Call is really good. Lucian's Call on Gorillas in the Mist is really good. Like, those are all relevant and powerful assault rifles. Bloodstar Beast is just one of those plug into any builds and there's never any downsides sort of assault rifles. It's not fantastic on Moes, but very few assault rifles are. Pearl or Company Man? Company Man. Pearl does not beat Company Man unless you have a bad Company Man. Favorite AR Soul Render overall, but it's not the best, but it's a good assault rifle. Like, quantifying best is meaningless anyway. It's part of why I said it. Blade Fury, best AR. Pearl got power crapped, I love it. Well, it's not... So, like, Pearl was not even a clear winner before the Company Man. Because there's plenty of builds where Vic Rush is better, and Vic Rush preceded it. Like, Pearl not rolling AoE really does make it a lot less desirable in a lot of situations. It doesn't roll elemental passes, it doesn't roll AoE. Like, it doesn't roll weapon type. Those are three very important stats you can't get there. So, like, Pearl's never been as much of a supreme overlord in the artifact slot as a lot of people would have you believe. It's very good. And it's, ironically, easy to get a good one, even though it's hard to get one at all. But, like, very little part variation. Pearl's a great starter artifact, but as soon as you get into, like, very specifically rolled of any more flexible artifact, it's just better. Well balanced with drawbacks. Right. I like how the Pearl is. I'm not saying it needs to be increased in power. I think the Pearl is good. I like that it is what it is, how it is. And I don't really think that that, you know, you shouldn't expect every player to have perfectly rolled Company Mans for every manufacturer for every weapon they're using. Not reasonable. I don't have enough brain cells to do your name, Priya. So welcome. Hello. Sorry. You fan of Ogre? It's okay. It's okay. Workers available aren't considered next to each other. May get up moved to a different worker, use my station. Fringe. Nice move. I know it's a long name. Yeah. Company Man Farm, I'm happy you got Default Shift Player to help. Yo, my friend Default Shift Player really saved me a lot of time. For damage, obviously, for quality of life, to me, you can't beat Moxie's Endowment, XP roll, and max size. Can be faster card XP over anything else. It's probably also an indictment into the difficulty of the game. So, like, yeah, if you're going for Vault card XP, then XP roll Moxie's Endowment can't be beat. It's just, it's kind of like using a Schluter in combat, though, right? It's, yeah, you can use it, but, like, you could also just use something that helps you do better. Map is this is the Maliwan takedown. It's one of 3 activities that unlocks once you complete the story. That scales to level 50 and higher. Never seen it before. It's been in the game since 2 months after the game launched, so November 2019. It was a free update. Borderlands 3 had a lot of really good free content put in its life cycle, and this was one of them. This is probably the most well-received piece of content Gearbox has ever made for any of their games. I don't think that's unreasonable to claim. And it's free. Hard for me to use an ogre when the rebound is a thing. That's weird, because, like, rebound's not supposed to be a single target weapon, but it just having good base damage, multiple elements, yeah, that kind of makes sense. That's weird. It's max level 72. 72. Blade Fury as a normal gun's really good. Same card damage as a KSN and Splash. We decided that was a good idea. Yeah, they just kept giving the Blade Fury more features. It's wild. I put cartels above it. That's valid. Another banger of a free content update. They're pin on the Kibsworth. Kibsworth is good. Kibsworth, after it got buffed, is relative to the Flipper for being the optimal corrosive SMG to use on Moes. It's between those two. And in its prime, when Maliwan Takedown first came out, it was the Moes SMG, the Moes gun, period, really. Being honest, is between that and Scourge. May I ask something? Sure, what's up? Gives will punish you for getting close, though. Flipper won't. Yeah. Okay, so conference call was awesome. Very happy with that. Devoted was suggested. I could open a tab for that. We could look at the parts, see how that does. Fearmonger, my beloved. I want to shoot the Flamadiddle, although I don't expect anything, because Firelock. It's got splash projectiles, decent base damage, it's just... Firelocked? Oh, the Freeman. I love the Freeman. Love the Freeman, and the Freeman's actually just really, really good. Another one of those dedicated only items that people just sleep on. Max level radiation flak build. Trying to get it for a friend of mine. So, like, radiation flak is something people toss around a lot, and, like, what does that mean? If you mean a flak build that uses only radiation damage for some arbitrary reason, why would you do that when you could just not limit yourself to that? Flak has no inherent reason to just do radiation as the only thing, but, like, in terms of flak builds in general, almost all of them have some access to radiation, like this bonus element here. I tried out Lead Sprinkler off stream last night. I was kind of disappointed. Lead Sprinkler is Sag. That feels bad. Oh yeah, Liuda. We gotta do Liuda. Mind Killer sucks. Just sad, because it's one of the very few non-elemental Maliwan guns. Mongol's underrated, but I did use that on stream recently. You mean Gamma Burst? Okay, so like Gamma Burst is different than Radiation Flak. Because like Gamma Burst doesn't even make you do radiation damage. Like that is not one of the effects. And you don't have to just use radiation damage when doing Gamma Burst. It's a mentality some people fell into when the game first came out, but like there's lots of Gamma Burst builds. I can do a Gamma Burst build for you real quick. But know that you can take this in a lot of different directions. Oh, the Rhino also? Yeah, pickups. The Rhino's really good. Juliet's Dazzle, kinda shit. Haven't? Okay, we got a great resource for you then, Priya. So there's 4 links here, 1 for each character, and they are builds compilations with links to a bunch of resources on, you know, how a lot of things in this game work. For each character, lots of different builds. I am one of the contributors to the Flak build stock, so I can personally vouch for that. There's lots of different stuff you could do.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels.
Because shoot the Unforgiven for Groundbreaker. Yeah.
Heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Yeah, so this is a build that uses Gamma Burst as the action skill, where I have the pet doing some support stuff, but it's mostly just me shooting the Lucky 7. And I occasionally blow myself up for ammo purposes. I guess you could say the Lucky 7 still ties into the theme of the content I'm doing today, because despite this gun being one of the strongest they've ever created, and one of the very few weapons that can dethrone non-gun stuff for peak clear speed on multiple characters in this game, this gun is underappreciated. Probably because of how hard it is to build for, and how hard it is to get a run going. You have to get all of the modifiers, and then you can't reload in your gameplay, or else your damage disappears. So, like, hard to build for, hard to use. But it's easy to acquire. Very little part variation. It's a 50% drop rate from Scraptrap Nest. Scraptrap Prime, rather.
No, my skag is down.
Revived itself immediately.
Who's my little predator? You are.
Was Black talking to a competitive Smash player right there? So one of the appeals of doing Gamma Burst as an action skill is you have this Red Fang class mod is an option, and this just makes it so enemies will ignore you and target the pet. It is very safe. It's one of the most chill ways to play the game. And that's why I'm not really being pressured by enemies here, because they're just focusing on the pet. That's in my class mod, and that's something that only Gamma Burst as an action skill can do. That class mod does not function for the others.
I will be
Even as a flock, the Valkyries couldn't end my hunt.
Those are advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Why are you blocking my shots? Why are you doing this?
Unleash hell!
You know what I want to also try today? The trick shot. I don't think I've ever tried to use the trick shot on Quack.
But yours was thrilling.
Pet getting interviewed? Never. It's like that, I want pets. Brought you a leg. Nah, my pets are gonna have to call me bro.
Don't hold back! I like you when you're angry.
Very chill bridge. That gets all the drones. We haven't taken damage. Yeah, that was a bridge clear. I didn't take damage, I just sat on there the whole time. Pretty sure Epic would fly from the UK to you and hump your leg if you started using the trick shot. Well, I better get on that then. Mini Chad Black. Yeah, just Giga Chad in the opposite spot. So, like, we affectionately refer to standing up here and just shooting a launcher this way while standing still as Giga Chad Black. It's an old strat. I want to replicate this build hesitant because I'll have to roll the lucky 7. Yeah, so I think a sort of comparable thing you could do, like, we kind of interchangeably refer to Lucky 7 and Anarchy, because they're of a similar level of power with a similar level of, hey, you can't switch away from this weapon, sort of thing. Now, Anarchy wouldn't be doing the auto crit thing, so you'd probably still want to go down to Megavore here. So your skill tree would look a little bit different. But like, Anarchy is of a similar level of power. And you would just have to, you know, pre-stack it. You wouldn't have to roll it. Maybe that's something worth trying forever.
Now that is definitely your target.
Probably still get down to Fuzzy Math. Yeah, you'd have to choose between Fuzzy Math and, this tier of blue. But you could probably just pull some points from blue. And then keep Fuzzy Math. Get Mega War. Yeah. Yeah, we're on the same page. Easy peasy.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us.
Pull myself
again.
up trying to shoot the legs. Legs! Strimmer! Legs! Add a bomb Deathos' melt chance. That's fun. Use radiation guns and gear on flak. So let's unpack this. Why would you use radiation? What do you think radiation is for? Like, the thing with build crafting is it's important to know why you would do certain things. And with elements, what element you use is going to depend on A, what you're fighting, and B, what synergies it has, each particular element has with your character. So, like, you see a lot of corrosive guns used on Flak, but that's because Flak has a specific skill that makes them just do more with corrosive as an element than everyone else. Moze and Zane have individual skills and class mods that push them towards using cryo damage. Amara can just kind of use whatever element she wants. She doesn't really have too much of an element bias. But in general, in Borderlands games, you want to match your element to what you're fighting. And this is another reason why you see so much, I don't know how familiar you are with endgame builds, but you see a lot of corrosive weapons being used because every endgame boss, every raid boss, they all have armor bars. And corrosive is the most favorable matchup into those. Whereas radiation is the least favorable. Radiation and fire are tied for worst matchup into armor. So if the tankiest enemies and the hardest content are all armored, that means radiation as a primary element is the least desirable, right? But getting supplementary radiation damage from things like bonus elements is done in a majority of builds. Stuff like, you know, this Gamma Burst Anoint here. Because having additional radiation to get the benefit of things like Radsplosions and to get a little bit of a more positive matchup into shields when using those corrosive guns is nice. But going all in on one element is not a particularly good idea for build crafting in a majority of situations. Tell me when to use that. Sounds like they're trying to do a YouTube build. I know an early VL3 build that Jolts did was a radiation-focused flak, just done for thematic reasons. But it sounds like an attempt to emulate that. And I can say, as a build crafter, you very rarely have a reason to go full for one element, other than, hey, I think it would be cool. Which, you know, that's valid. Have fun how you have fun. But the build crafter in me would be remiss if I didn't say matching elements is better. Doesn't look like I need to take Terror for the Anarchy version of the build. Yeah, you can reload freely. The main thing you wanna to keep an eye on though, when using the Anarchy is never interrupt your reload animation, because that's how you lose your stack. So you don't want to go down during a reload. You don't want to interrupt a reload with a grenade throw or a gamma burst or an attack command. You need to make sure that reload always completes, or else you lose your stacks. So that could mean that doing something like kill stack is maybe good, because then you get that additional reload speed to shorten the animation. Apologies for asking. You never have to be sorry about asking, Priya. Like, questions are welcome here, especially like mechanical questions. That's what we're all about. I enjoy the conversation, and I enjoy applying the knowledge I've gained from playing this game way too much to help people out. So, never apologize for asking. Always welcome. No such thing as a bad mechanics question here. Base testing stream. Hey, Seraphaz. Were you here when, like, some of the guns were just like, why is this so good? Crossroad, I expected to be terrible, but it was just kind of fine. Not great bossing. But, like, Cutsman still absolutely ruins Wotan. If you haven't used Cutsman against Wotan, like it's 2019, it goes so hard. But then Conference Call was just really good, surprisingly. And Skexel just kind of deleted things faster than the Free Radical was, because Corrosion is good. Skexel's just good. If you were asked, unbelievable, Yasha. No, but seriously, questions always welcome. Questions always welcome. I'm a mechanics nerd. Talking about game mechanics is kind of my whole personality. I'm looking at other guns we can mess around with. I got a couple tabs open. We gotta settle on the next set. Going for things I haven't used recently. Ken suggested Redline. We know Redline's good, but like, yeah, just whip that out against the boss. Oh, the Scorpio's underrated. I unironically like shooting the Scorpio. Septimator was suggested, requested. Yeah, I could do Septimator. Sledge's Shotgun a little underrated, but I did use that recently. I think I did, anyway. Stalker is underrated, maybe that. Ooh, TK's Wave. Actually, we gotta do TK's, because TK's is my favorite example of, like, that this gun has a way more DPS than people give it credit for. Conversal and Crossroad being at least okay surprised me. I'll check the VOD later. Yeah, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. It's like, with Conference Call, it's one of those cases where the convergence exists, so you still kind of don't really have a reason to use Conference Call, but, like, it's cool that it works. I think we'll do TK's Wave next. Now, the cool thing about TK's is it rolls in Shock and Fire, so not being fire locked is already a huge W. In comparison to a certain other Jacob's shotgun people like using. But it's just got kind of crazy card damage. Like, it's kind of silly. But it's hard to use. So we're gonna gear around making it a little bit easier to use here. Let's see. I'm just investigating the parts here. Yeah, we go max projectiles here. I want iron sights. We don't want the tidal wave barrel. Because the tidal wave barrel has a higher crit mult, but much lower base damage. It lets you get more projectiles, but it just kind of becomes a less efficient stagecoach. Redline go boom and burr. It's true. It's true. I'm gonna go kill stack here. think we'll make a kill stack and a next 2 mags corrosive one. Now this is going to be really awkward to play with, but I think it'll still be fun. This is definitely a weird weapon to use. This is one of those cases where I kind of want to build into some accuracy. I'm going to do the unthinkable here. And drop some refluxes on the ground. I know. Heresy, blasphemy. I know. It hurts me. We're going to get through this together, though, chat. We're going to get through this. I need to make another slot too. Be a fun time, hopefully. I think it will be. I know the prompt critical is amazing. People don't use it because it's best in sticky mode. They don't know stickies are 1-to-1 with impact mode, and Skimmick makes all the stickies explode at once. You don't have to worry about delayed damage. It's another case of a weapon being... like, you have to use it to get a feel for it. And there's this distaste for mechanically testing a weapon beyond, like, if it isn't straightforward pew pew enemy dead, a lot of people won't give it the time of day, right? Like if something's not as straightforward as say a light show or a Hellwalker, a lot of people will write it off before investing to the point where it's super good. Which is a shame, because the most interesting and powerful weapons in these games are the ones that are a little bit weird. At least in my opinion. Do I go substat accuracy on this? I think that's kind of cool. I think that's kind of funky. We're gonna do that. Bounty Hunter. We go Jacob's crit. Shotgun damage. Jacob's accuracy, maybe? Do Jacob's accuracy. I want a little bit of accuracy on my gear here, because I think it could make the weapon a little bit easier to use. Now, Amp would be good here. Toboggan would also be good here. I want to see how it does with Company Man, and if it's not to satisfaction, we'll mess around with Toboggan. One gun was obtainable at one point, not anymore. Would like to own it. The Earworm. Yeah, the Earworm was only obtainable for a total of 9 days. It was 1 week in 2019, and then 2 days in 2021. I'm gonna farm better Red Fang. Loot Lemon is a great resource for knowing where things drop from. But yeah, I believe it's Trial of Instinct. Can also stack bot for this thing. But yeah, if you point blank an enemy with the TKs, they're just super omega dead. Which one want to use next to Max Corrosive? See, I'm just barely missing because of the trajectory. But when you hit, this gun goes crazy. Let's talk about element lock. Generally speaking, if a weapon is locked to an element, you don't want fire. Because flesh is the least prevalent health bar on tanky enemies in Borderlands. As I've mentioned earlier in the stream, every raid boss in the game is armored. Only one raid boss has a flesh bar. Four of the 5 raid bosses are shielded. So you got 1 out of 5 for fire being optimal, 5 out of 5 for corrosive being optimal, 4 out of 5 for shock being optimal. That speaks for itself. So, like, while this gun rolls in fire as well, I would almost always use it in shock. Fighting like Hemovorus. Fire's good. But... like, that's good damage. How you doing today? Sorry I'm late, what I missed. A lot of weapon testing, please. I'm doing well. Doing well. Good mood today. A lot of weapon testing. The conference call went hard. The Skexel went absolutely fucking crazy. DK's Wave's been good so far. Crossroads surprisingly good. Yeah, I think Toboggan's optimal here, but like Company Man just kind of works.
I send you all to death. I like you better dead.
Valkyries are just the size where the projectiles are still pretty workable on this. That's nice.
My hunt never ending.
Swag aim. Using different Company Man depending on weapons manufacturer. Of course, why wouldn't I be? That's the whole point of Company Man. Like, you don't get the good stats if you don't use one matching the manufacturer of the gun you're shooting.
Too many to count.
Or the gun in your hand, more accurately.
Boss, right?
Keep them busy.
You will fall away.
All on this build you're using now? Yeah. All on this build.
Some days you hunt.
Swapping out the artifact and class mod as necessary, but everything else has remained constant.
As a flock, the Valkyries couldn't end my hunt.
How chunky the damage of the wave was. A lot of people do. It got a massive buff. And like, this is one of the earliest available uniques in the game. You can get this on Pandora 1. And it just... incredibly powerful. And it is one of those weapons that people don't give the time of day because it's awkward. It's got non-conventional projectiles. Being shock locked is probably the least problematic due to shock having the best element matchup in the game. Right, shock versus shields is the most damage increase you can get from an elemental matchup. And then it's not the worst against armor. It's not great against flesh, but again, flesh being the least relevant. So shock block is fine. As you can see, plasma coil, free radical, crit are very powerful shock lock weapons that do not struggle for their element lock. I'd much rather have a corrosive or a shock lock than any other element.
To killing.
Oh, bad aim. Skill issue.
Invincible.
Ow. You know, Seraphaz. You know. But yeah, Heatwave is just unironically stronger than Hellwalker in damage per trigger pull. It's just Hellwalker easier to use, and it's got the multi-target ricochets. That's it. That's all it's got. And it is important to note that sometimes that matters a lot because damage isn't everything. Damage is not everything. But I do like to make it known that in the conversation of, hey, how much damage does this shotgun do? This one is up there. It's up there.
Your path ends. Do you see me?
I had a toboggan on, that war dog would have been so dead. Oh, I accidentally bounced into that barrel. The big numbers. Big numbers are cool. This is some of the bigger numbers you can get with a shotgun. What happened to that death sphere?
Rock.
Strange. So. Like, obviously, this is a situation, these death spheres, where the wave being very slow, not particularly suited to fighting that enemy. But this is why we have multiple weapon slots. You can have a weapon that's good for dealing with those, then use wave on the others. Or you can just brute force, like I've been doing here. Like, I could have a ton more damage here. If I went with an amp shield and a toboggan, ooh, I was feeling Amara. The heavy rain projectile speed would probably feel pretty good. Amara's also got accuracy in kit, so that would tighten up the spread even further. I think this would feel pretty good on Amara. She can also use Infusion to make it corrosive, or even better matchups into enemies, and Indiscriminate for multi-target would make it perform pretty well in mobbing. I think Amara has the best hit for supporting this gun, the more I think about it. Personally, I prefer fun to use things rather than just pure damage. I often do too. You remember someone using this in early MTD? Maybe it was Rat? Maybe. Because Wave underrated? Yes. Because you don't see it used. Like, its damage is absurd, but you don't see it used. Even for the use cases where the awkwardness isn't a factor. Like, if you can barrel stuff a boss, this thing eats. Way more than, like, the majority of Jacob's manufacture. You just barrel stuff an enemy with this thing, it's super turbo omega dead.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Get kill stack active here. Just barrel stuff our way to success. Oh, no pet. That's awkward. Get more kill stack damage. Don't you jump, you asshole. Clean these up.
Slaughter to remember.
I let the ads get out of hand because I didn't want to shoot them with it. And that's what happens. So as you can see, the contrast between like the more straightforward guns, where I do need to actually respect the fight with this one, which could be a deterring factor for using this gun for some people. You need to like participate in your gameplay in a way that you kind of don't when you can just frame perfect phase things by looking at them. This is fun. Should damage the walls. You done yet? It's available at a dedicated point where most people skip. That too. This is a Pandora 1 item. Same issue as the Skexel, except this can world drop. But yeah, the dedicated source is Pandora 1. Fine, I get my next 2 mags. Jumping. Good chunk. Yeah, that's... Like I said, you're able to barrel stuff a boss with this thing, it's super duper dead. Hey, accidentally hit with that shot, that was sick. I guess it piercing enemies is kind of cool. I wonder how this does with Eraser because of that. Probably pretty nuts, huh?
Panic takedown.
Does this thing Eraser? Like, Zane has a ton of accuracy. And Eraser. Probably do some really cool trick shots with this thing. also work for melee? No. Hustlers for bullets. But ASC 50s should be able to stack Hustler in theory. They just won't be able to, like, trigger it. Like, Hustler will only ever be consumed and applied to, pulling the trigger like this. From what I remember, just rush the main story to get to endgame. Yeah, and the majority of people who do playthroughs, I feel, do the level 13 start, which skips the farm for the TKs, skips the farm for the Skexel, the farm for the Infiltrator. You never see the Mind Killer for that reason, because you never fight Mouthpiece unless you do the quest later. Skips the dedicated source for the Nighthawken and the Monocle. Skips quite a few items. I don't know if it erasers might just pull a plumage. That would be sad. That'd be sad. Tried like 8 times to get a Frostburn and 2 charges, no luck. Yeah, that's pain thermal. Moxie did a Zan build for it, like the Wiko's buff. I don't see people using or talking about it because it's involved. I think that's the main reason, Stump. It's these two things. It's, like Ken outlined, the source is in a place where a lot of people just don't go there. And also it's involved usage-wise. Drop one to make room. On to the next gun. Let's see. Septimator. Septimator was requested. Let's do that one. Septimator Prime. Okay, so you got 2 underbarrel options here. You got shotgun and rocket. I think I'm just going to try to use the main fire for now. Now, this is a fire-locked weapon, which, you're already asking a lot. For fire-locked weapons to do well in endgame, they have to be really good. Like, high card damage. Or you have to be a Mara. Or you could just infusion and change it to an element that doesn't suck. So, like, think No Pew Pew is a weapon that is good enough to bypass the Firelock, making it worse. Ember's Purge is a weapon that's good enough to bypass the Firelock, making it worse. Hellwalker, it has enough raw card damage, and it's got the Jacob's Ricochets, so it's not helped by its element, but it's good enough that it'll still function. There's a lot of weapons that would be good if they had more elemental options. Stuff like Storos Burn. If that could roll in anything other than fire, that gun would actually be sick. Serial Killer. Sawbar. Yes, I just listed 3 COVARs back to back, and that's not a coincidence. By a compliment to the Hellwalker. See, here's the thing. I'm trying to balance out my cutting the Hellwalker off at the knees with complimenting it, because it is a good gun. It's just, as an endgame speedrunner and as a theory crafter, it has 0 first place use cases. That does not mean it's a bad gun. It is an overrated gun that is still a good gun. It's kind of like how the Revolter is a good item, a very good item. You could make a pretty valid argument that it's overpowered. It's stronger than it needs to be. But is the Revolter this end-all be-all, best at every build thing that it's made out to be? No, so it's also overrated. Like, Revolter has limited representation in time trials, for example, because the shield slot is so good. The shield slot is so competitive in this game that there's many things that are just better. Hellwalker's the same. It's never best, ever. There are no items in endgame that... There's no cases in endgame, rather. I'm saying that backwards. There's no cases in endgame where Hellwalker is not outdone by another item. But you can make it really perform really well. You can make it really fun. And that's perfectly valid. The only pushback to that item is when people call it best at anything, because it is literally never best. Doesn't do enough damage to be best when compared to other shotguns. and it's locked to the element you really don't want to be locked to. What's max damage on a Septimator Prime? Let me check the spreadsheet. Only Quag is best. No, you. How you doing, Jamlot? It's the best Doom shotgun in BL3, at least. I'm trying to argue. Hang on. Hang on. Let me cook. Let me cook. I'll find some copium for this. So, like, if you squint, the not the super shotgun, the other shotgun in Doom with the micro rockets alt fire. That's kind of like a boomsicle. Who let me cook? Who let me do this? The combat shotgun, yeah. Let's order out. Yeah, this one might not be it. I have too much shit in my inventory. Oh, hey, guess what I did in that run with the TKs? I had the wrong company man on. Or not the wrong company man. I had the wrong bounty hunter on. So I was missing out on a ton of damage. And TK still did that well. I want to play Doom again. Do it. So we go sniper damage, crit damage, gun damage here. Vladov doesn't get good class mod stats. So like manufacturers are not equal for what they get on class mods. Jacobs, Atlas, Hyperion, Dahl all get a crit stat on class mod, and that's a very big crit stat. It's very good. But Vladov instead gets fire rate. Vladov, Maliwan, Torg don't get the crit stat, and that does hurt them on the class mod. Like only some get fire rate, only some get accuracy, only some get crit. Vladov does not get the good stats. Yo, Optimum, you want to give me my fucking upload back? I'm not even doing anything strenuous right now. You're just... Not me accidentally opening Epic Games Launcher. Please, no. Give me my RAM back. I need that. Wish fire rate was higher, it'd be an amazing stat, it had numbers compete. The weird thing is, that isn't equal across manufacturers either. Like, the Atlas fire rate roll is really high for some reason. And Atlas also gets the crit damage. Some strange choices were made there. I need a Vladov company man now. Damage. Do we go fire rate up there? I kind of don't want to. We'll do it anyway. I'm expecting to just have to use this gun like an assault rifle, kinda. Infernal Wish could be good here, but we'll use Revolter for consistency. All power weapons in Cyberpunk are like Jacob's guns because they're ricochet. Yes. Crit mentioned attention all critical flax. Wedding Invitation. Wedding Invitation's good though, Butter. Now that we... Well, I don't know if you're here for this. Wedding Invitation, now that we understand that part of what was making it so crazy before the bonus projectile change, was that it was stacking its debuff faster. Now that we know that it's debuffing, if you just play to the debuff, it's really good. It applies a fire and cryo debuff whenever it ricochets into an enemy or explodes on an enemy.
Intel says there's an elevator
Stacking up to 3 times.
Make your way there and be ready for some
So if you say have Playing Dirty and Wish,
counting on you, Vault Hunter.
shoot an enemy once, fully debuffs. Your second shot will do way more damage. Killing so far. That's very burr. I should get some reload speed though. This is Monka.
Unseen.
Reloading takes fucking years. Cool thing we could do off the back of this though is we can just go into Liuta in the next run. We just made the gear for that.
Whence you
This does just seem like Liuta, but bad. So far. I'm already worried about my ammo. Like, I guess that's the thing with the Septimator. When would you ever use it over the Liuta or the Boogeyman? I can't think of a case. Like, the meteors are cool, but ultimately... Is that something I can ever rely on? Maybe with the underbarrel. Surely this cooks. It wasn't bad, honestly. That was pretty good. You know, maybe I play to that. That is the unique thing about the gun, so maybe I just click the underbarrel and fade away. Although that might have only killed because overkill. So Leuda, I say Leuda. I don't remember which one's the right pronunciation. It's like an actual Russian name, if I remember correctly. I don't speak the language. I think it's Leuda, but feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Like, I'm already out of ammo. Meteors getting nade benefits would be... stay within A, not an E. Liuda is what you say. Hey Gage, how you doing? Yeah, like, they thought of that with the Boogeyman, Priz. That kind of enhances my point here. Boogeyman skulls get grenade damage. Like, another Vladov sniper that has a gimmick. They remembered there. Call me the Boogeyman because I always be boogieing. I thought it was because of your allergies. Oh, too many bullets. Like, those meteors were definitely a spectacle, but, like, nothing died. I want the damage from the meteors to be... meteor. Like, nothing died. So I need to pull out a different gun. I don't love this. Can I just switch to using the better Vladov snipers now? Like, it's not terrible. It's just, it inhabits a niche that is better done by literally every other Vladov sniper. Every other, because there's only 3. Boogeyman and Leota are both just better than this gun. They roll different elements. Boogeyman is also splash. And way more ammo efficient. Yeah, I'm just gonna switch to a better gun now. It's something to revisit at some point if I can maybe get the underbarrel tech working. Like, maybe you throw that on Moe's, you do some Cloud of Lead toboggan underbarrel shit. I don't know. Let's see, we want corrosive. I think we'll stick with ×1 for ammo purposes here. Go min-mag. Go 2 for damage. Okay. I should go next to mags, but like kill stack sounds fun. Oh, this thing already has a good reload. I forgot that they buffed its reload, which was really strange. Can we talk about that? They buffed this gun twice in weird ways no one really wanted. Like, they buffed its mag size and they buffed its reload speed. Why? Meteor damage is pretty mediocre. Well done. Well done. I enjoyed that. For the Mr. Creant. Artifact used for Red Fang build. What did I use? Jacob's Company Man. Jacob's Company Man. Because you can get a lot more mag size. And that's necessary for Lucky 7 use. But you have more flexibility when doing Anarchy. You could, of course, go TD or Company Man. But you could, like, toboggan and slide between shots. You could do Flesh Melter if you're making sure you're getting killing blows with corrosive damage. You could do Atom Bomb. And then either Deathless if you're doing URAD, or Vic Rush or Auto Idol if you're not.
Stalking you, Ray.
Meanwhile, this gun, this fucking gun, this gun goes crazy. Super underrated. And this one rolls in every element. Much more ammo efficient. It's got a good reload. Multiple projectile counts. It pushes the nostalgia button. Everyone loves this gun, right? And I like that it's even got a bit of a skill curve to it, because you got a sweet spot for it, for optimal damage here. Like, you gotta keep enemies at arm's length. You gotta crit. A little bit of trigger discipline. I like this gun. It's a gun that makes me think, and I'm okay with it.
Ready to pounce.
Oh, not the action skill bug. Like, I'm not at the sweet spot there. That's why my damage was fucked, and now I'm out of ammo. Because I didn't play the video game well. I was too close. People underrate this? Yeah. Because, Ken, this was a 2019 gun that people were using at the time where the, you know, the sentiment of, oh, they only nerf things was at an all-time high, right? And this gun was balanced during that window. Now, I say balanced because it was both nerfed and buffed. But it also received buffs later. This is one of those early guns that's, because they did reduce it in one way by fixing a bug, by removing a projectile that literally wasn't supposed to have. You know how the gun splits into 3 bullets? It was originally splitting and keeping the original projectile. So it was 4 hits instead of 3. Meaning a times 2 was, 8 projectiles instead of 6. But when they fixed that, they also increased its crit damage. And then later on, they buffed the mag size and the reload and the damage. And it's just kind of good. But the perception around balance at the time where it was most relevant, at that time it was the only Vladof sniper. Remember, we didn't get a second Vladof sniper until DLC 4, and we didn't get a third one until DLC 5. This was the only legendary Vladof sniper in the game for like half of its life. Go back and buy more ammo because I can. Just that playing around 1.0 yesterday, pretty fun seeing some of the old glitches and stuff. I didn't catch this time. Like last year, I think it was, he was messing around with 1.0 flak. 1.0 flak with a bang stick is the funniest shit, because anyone complaining about nerfs is not being a serious person, because 1.0 flak with unnerfed Torg is like, so here's how it goes. Here, let me open my fucking menu. Please die. Okay, so this skill here, Leave No Trace. In October 2019, they put a 0.3 second cooldown on this thing, specifically because weapons like the Dictator, Hellwalker, Liuda, and Bang Stick were being used to just infinite ammo with 1 skill point. Like, you could just do nothing except take 1 skill point in this, and you have infinite ammo with, like, a majority of guns in the game. And this was back when ASE Anoints did not exist, so that did not function as a downside of running Gorillas in the Mist. And Gorillas in the Mist crit multiplier was, instead of 25 post-ad crit, you had 75. Also, it lasted 8 seconds instead of 5. So you just go Gorillas in the Mist with 1 point and Leave No Trace, and you infinite any gun in the game. And this was before we realized what the red line was capable of too. This was also before they reduced the sticky multiplier on Torg pistols and shotguns. That's why we were flash forward to Wonderlands. When they buffed the Torg manufacturer, everyone was like, what the fuck are you doing? You already didn't do the BL3 sticky nerf. They're already crazy. And then they buffed the whole Torg manufacturer. So it was wild. It was the whole thing. But yeah, so like stronger Torg, infinite ammo, Bang Stick. Bang Stick has 36 instances of damage per trigger pull before factoring in Two Fang. And you could just flick forever. You could do that in a playthrough as well. Like, you didn't need to do anything except have a Bang Stick and 1 skill point to just completely meme the game. Obviously, optimally, you have 6 skill points, so you could get Gorillas in the Mist as well. But Flak with 6 skill points and a Bang Stick could delete any enemy in the game in 5 seconds or less, with nothing else equipped. That's what 1.0 looks like for this game. Meanwhile, Zane, Violent Momentum was a garbage tier skill. His kill skills didn't stack twice. He had no way to turn them on except for Doppelbanger or throwing Barrier off a cliff.
Be used, but yours won't.
And you know what? He was fun to play, damn it. He was fun to play. Because you actually had to know what you were doing. Because he was fucking hard. Other than the usual sense. Oh, I should also mention that as busted as 1.0 Flak was, this was also before several Flak buffs.
Distract them for me.
So, like, you know all these places in the tree where it's like, hey, there's some pet damage here. There's some pet damage here. There's this skill. So, like, Barbaric Yawp was weaker. Tactics was weaker. All these skills that say pet damage in addition to their other effects, those didn't have the pet damage. What else? Rage and Recover was not working as it is now. It wasn't off of max health. It was off of missing health, and it didn't heal the pet. Like, 1.0 Flak skill trees were so much weaker, except for Leave No Trace and Gorillas in the Mist. Those are the only things that were better. Oh, and Dominance was turbo shit. Dominance was shit until DLC 5, by the way. It was, like, in contention for worst capstone in the game. It was competing with some of Zane's stuff. Competing with, you know, Green Tree capstone. But then, like, they buffed it and made it amazing in DLC 5. I remember when Ricochet Elements bug was getting big. Yeah. Talking about how fast the 1.0 speedrun could be with what we know now, but cutscenes would really make it impossibly fast. What patch did they put in cutscene skip? Does anyone remember?
Don't run.
1.4? That sounds around the right time frame, yeah. Like around a little before Hanson Jackpot. Yeah. Because I was still on PS4 at the time. I stopped playing PS4 and switched to PC late December because the game went on holiday sale, so I bought it on Epic. I bought the Super Deluxe for the second time. It was $60-something instead of $100. So going through the time in my head. Interestingly, even though this game is set to 1.0, it's still showing the news for new Tales and last hotfix they released. Yeah, they do. So some of the updates they do, it's not all patches and hotfixes. Some of it is like EXE side stuff. It's weird. Like, booting the game will get semi-permanent updates as well. So, it could be that. Because the Burning Summit kill clone in 1.0, no one had the summit in 1.0, Seraphaz, because we didn't know how to get it until, I think it was K6 and Jolts who cracked it in, like, summer of 2020. Like, it was in the game, but we didn't know how to get it. So, I don't know. So I'm asking, there also wasn't grenade mayhem scaling. Well, grenades never got mayhem scaling. What grenades got was same as guns. They just get additional levels. So there's no mayhem scaling, it's just we have level 82 grenades. although the puddle from Summit is probably some sort of environmental scaling, which is a times 34, 32, 34, something like that. So like Summit might still be an instance of mayhem scaling. Bought Super Deluxe on Epic the first time, caught a humble bundle pricing error for Ultimate for 20 bucks and moved to Steam from there. Nice. Yeah, I'm playing on Steam right now because weirdly, a difference between the Steam and Epic versions is your saves sort by most recent on the Steam version, but unless it's changed, not on the Epic version. Kind of weird. So that's why I play on Steam, even though I have both. My Steam hours are getting close to my Epic hours. Let's see, how many do I have on Steam? I have 2,542 on Steam, and on Epic I have... 3,728. On Epic, they sort by file name still. Yeah, strange. There's some weird platform differences in this game. In like a variety of ways. And it's even different across PC storefronts. I find that interesting. I remember cheesing Tyrone with Red Line and Grills in the Mist before the Leo Trace cooldown was introduced. Yeah. I didn't know you could get invincibility from last stand artifacts and also stack movement speed from fleet and shield basically infinitely. Yeah, the latter is why Moze is the fastest character in practice. If you were to try to become the fastest without respec glitches. So like in speedrun, you can respec with Supersonic Man active on Zane to infinitely stack it as many times as you respec. But with Moze, if you respect into Phalanx Doctrine and you have Vagabond parts in your shield, every time a Phalanx Doctrine stack decays, until the next time you take damage, you get an additional stack of your Vagabond. So you could have, if with a triple Vagabond shield, 21% movement speed per stack, 99 stacks is the cap for Phalanx Doctrine, so you could have 100 times a Vagabond shield, in theory.
I suppose I'll take that.
Yeah. Grenades don't get mayhem scaling, tell that to the aquatic monster. Listen. Be sick for a geared run? Yeah, all you have to do is just not take damage.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
I'm down, Liuda. I'm down. I'm down.
Take down in the service of death herself.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us again.
Cool. You sure he said it's a true Malawon? We can check. But I'm pretty sure. We can go check, though. I should check. Cannot believe people call that gun bad. It's because they don't use it. Or they don't, like, sweet spot with it. The only things this gun demands of you are, hey, aim in the general direction of a crit spot. Watch your ammo. And to be at long enough range that it can split. Not really complex asks. Yeah, this is true takedown. But like when you obey, this gun ooze. 4 heavies are good. Right, we did have 4 heavies. This gun just chews the collective asses of everything in this game if you sweet spot with it. 1.09 for cutscene skip. Thank you for looking it up, Super. Yeah, the Lazy's favorite strat, and I still think this is awesome tech. We both had different methods of dealing with Woden's better half pre 2.0 in like a super sweaty build setting. My favorite tech was using a ×6 dictator in bipod mode after launching myself out of the jump thing. An airborne anointed ×6 corrosive dictator to deal with a better half. That's what I did. But what Lazy did was a while sliding anointed ×2 corrosive Liuda. So I went in the air, he went on the ground. But in both cases, those were the weapons of choice for dealing with a better half. Very cool picks. It's just incredible DPS in a short period of time. Is that ×2? No, I'm using ×1 for ammo efficiency sandwich. Back from therapy. Really good session. Much needed. Hey, that's awesome, Foster. Have you done a Hellwalker run today? Does that qualify as a 2019 gun? No, because what I'm trying to do is underrated guns, and Hellwalker is an overrated gun. Trying to spotlight some things that don't see much use. So, gonna be no Hellwalker today. Liuda still comes from a boss no one's gonna farm. But it's also a world drop, right? And you can get it from zero. From zero crew missions. So, like, it's not like it's hard to get. Use the Earworm. Earworm was never balanced to be viable, unfortunately. Well, I mean, I guess fortunately, because, like, they don't want us to have the gun either for some reason. Let's see. Here, you can stare at this beautiful beast while I think of what gun we're using next. The Septimator was a bust. I think the only gun so far that I haven't been satisfied with, or at least had fun using, was the Septimator. Crossroad went surprisingly well. Cutsman, really good against bosses. Liuda slapped. Conference Call surprisingly well. Skexel was awesome. Brainstormer is still good. Like, we know it's gonna, because, like, Reflux mechanically is good. It's just Reflux has stupid base damage. Brainstormer never got a 2.0 buff, but it did get kind of splashed by a couple of indirect buffs. When they buffed Reflux Chains to be still relevant after they did the bonus projectile behavior change, the Brainstormer was included in that. And when they did a global Hyperion shotgun buff, Brainstormer got that too. So Brainstormer, we know, is still going to be fine. Dictator sucks now, unfortunately. It just doesn't have the base damage. Conference Call went well? Yeah, Conference Call went very well. It was very good. Insider? I use the Insider, though. Like, I've used it on stream a bunch with the Dot Zane. And I know Super and I never shut up about the Insider. So I think that's at least somewhat known. Someone mentioned XZ41 earlier. We could maybe do XZ41. Because, like, Conference Call being okay gives me hope for XZ41. I really want it to work. So let's try it. I don't have high hopes here. I really don't have high hopes. But, you know, we're gonna try. Yeah, I don't have high hopes here. Don't even know what the XZ40 was. People call it the Hyperfocus. It's just Hyperfocus is a prefix. It's not actually the name of the gun. Like, you can get Hyperfocus on other guns. Let's make a kill stack one and a next to max corrosive one. and go from there. See, what can I drop here? I'm satisfied with TKs. I'll just keep it around. I don't need both of the conference calls. We can drop that one. I'm gonna need a new class mod for this. Just remember the Ripper exists. Ripper's okay. It's not like amazing or anything, but it's okay. Gamara build, it's okay. Yeah, so you've got a bunch of options for that, Priya. You've got amarabuilds.com is Stone Swan's personal website, which is it's got save files for all the builds and stuff, but he's the most knowledgeable and experienced Amara player, period. So you've got a bunch of awesome builds there. And then you've also got the Amara community build stock, which is some other builds. There's a little bit of overlap, but both good resources. But Star Helix is just kind of okay. It's sort of the functional replacement to the Dictator. But it's just kind of okay. How's this Hyperion Company, man? I guess I'll want one with mag size. Yeah, I'll want one with mag size. So we do that, and then class mod wise. SMG damage, Ethereum crit, and I guess crit damage. Yeah, try that. See how that works out. Because we have kill stack, next 2 mags. Okay. Should work out okay at least. That there, just in case I need something. Actually, let me just put on the Sandhawk. In case of emergencies. I really hope this works out, because I love this gun. It did not get a 2.0 buff. Bearhead, is this a druid build? How you doing, some old guy? I just want the fast firing guns that go boom. Relatable. Feel there's gonna be another L. I feel like this is gonna work out to be sort of a discount conference call. So I'm a little scared. But let's see. This is another gun that was hit hard by the bonus projectile behavior change. And unlike, say, King's Queen's Call, it never got a buff to make up for that loss. And unlike Wedding Invitation, it doesn't have a hidden interaction that... Not good. It doesn't have a hidden interaction that makes us able to kind of reclaim some of that power. That's... Maybe it'll be good against bigger targets, Copium.
Let the life bleed from you.
That's not...
Do you see me?
That's not great. Better than I expected. Yeah, but like, consider the amount of time I'm holding the trigger down to secure most of these kills. Like, it's not trash, but look what happens as soon as I get to a badass. Like, there's definitely worse, but this isn't good. Like, this is the level of damage where I want to make sure I'm wearing the right gear, and I am. This is, like... This is how it performs with the most possible damage formula you can pump into this thing. And it's just kind of, like, struggling to be just okay against Maliwan enemies, which are not particularly healthy. Like, I'm doing no damage to that badass. Like, maybe some Stackbot Gorillas shit could get some value here. Maybe... I don't think I've ever tried this gun on Gorillas.
I have no blood, so I'm taking you.
This makes me sad. This gun used to be so good. Like, this is one of the first guns people were tower bubbling with. That was Conference Call Gorillas in the Mist. I haven't tried Conference Call over there either. Based on how it performed on this setup, it's probably pretty decent. This gun on Gorillas feel gooding. Nice. Use Headsplosion already? Not yet. We can do some Headsplosion. I feel like that gun's kind of known to be good by people who know it exists. Inferno Wish shenanigans. With a weapon this... like, that I'm shooting this much, Wish will kill me incredibly quickly. Like, Wish would be good here. But I will constantly die. Like, I think the way you get the most damage out of this is you accept that it is going to murder you, but you do Infernal Wish Stackbot. But, like, the thing with that is to get value out of your Shield Anoint when not using an action skill start Revolter for Gorillas in the Mist, you would have to fully cycle your action skill once and then go into Gorillas. So you'd have to, like, start a boss fight, click Rack Attack, switch to Fade Away and Gorillas, and then turn it on, stand still, and dump your mag and hope that the Wish stacks don't kill you before Gorillas ends. And that's a lot of work for what would ultimately still be less damage than just shooting a Conference Call. If it was Splash, Mo's could Wish it for funny stuff, yeah. Monocle is considered an undervalued weapon? I don't think so. Monocle's just kind of fine. Like, it's not bad, it's not particularly great, but it's not bad. It's got good crits, you know, you can overkill chain with it. Like, it's just fine. Like, this is where this gun used to shine. See if I can maybe force it to be good against bosses. Like, I've switched to next 2 mags, but I currently have both the benefits of next 2 mags and kill stack, and now you see kill stack wore off.
So my damage is gone. Excuse me, sir. Can you fucking stop? Yeah, I had full kill stack and an X2 mag, then now I don't have the kill stack anymore, so there's no damage. Stack bus gorilla fight. It's the name of my sex tape. Not on my sex tape. Because while fighting the bussy, I make ape noises. You're welcome. Oh, I'm now gonna open my window. The wasp was flying around 10 minutes ago. Come back again. Oh, of course. It knows. It knows. It knows exactly what your plans are. So something about bees and wasps is, you know how like they don't fly in straight lines? They do at me. Like I can walk by a fucking bee minding its own business, and it will just take that personally every time. Yeah, we're just gonna reset here because this gun sucks. Sad. Sad, 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 sad. Yeah, Kev, back in the Mayhem 4 days, Interested in your opinion about jazz. We can just toss those. A little beeline towards you. What do we use next? Oh yeah, Redline was next. That's why Stone's a mod. Maybe we could play BL2 by any chance. I'm sure some people here do. Heck, double me. Let's do some Redline. I guess next time as corrosive is. I mean, we could do ASC Splash though. I like ASC Splash here, but Kill Stack's good too. Let's go Splash. Mix things up a little bit. We got that, and we'll need a Torg Company man. Area damage. I'm gonna go reload speed instead of corrosive damage down there. Yeah, I'm based. And need a unit. Now, Redline is a good Gorillas in the Mist weapon. So I do actually have it in the recommended weapons list and that right up in the flak build stock. But in this particular instance, we're just gonna area damage, shotgun damage, and I think I'm gonna go mag size. Now, I really don't like using mag size passive on class mod because it's such low value. I'll show what I mean in a moment here. Hang on. So, like, compare this, where Torg Company Man. We got 40% up top from the Company Man innate thing, but then we've got 72.5, it rounds up, on the bottom. There's 72.5% from an artifact passive. But on class mod, that's 32%. And it's competing with some really good damage passives. I really don't like taking mag size there. It's just that I often do it for things like Lucky 7, where you really don't want to reload, and Redline, it's all about applying a ton of stickies at once, so you do get some value. With Gorillas in the Mist, it's also not the worst to take it there, because you want to make sure you are shooting as many times as you possibly can during Gorillas. But I really don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like that I do that. Doesn't make me happy. Didn't pop up, sure I have it on. What are we talking about? Follow just now? I appreciate that. Why is Druid so unimaginably thick? I don't know, but I'm here for it. I am here for it. Oh yeah, follower notifications. Yeah, I don't do that because, it's not an uncommon thing for people to troll following on. It's like we got one the other day where someone's account name was just a slur. It was just straight up a slur. I get those a lot because I am not white. It's gonna go crazy. Hey Samish, thank you for taking care of Priya. I appreciate it. Very generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Personally, won't follow streamers and follow notifications, let me lurk. There's actually a lot of people that I don't follow that I do watch because of that. Like, I'll try to follow sometimes when, like, something's going on. So that it kind of gets lost in the shuffle. Like, you don't want to follow when they're offline either, because then they see it the next time they go to start stream. Like, that's also putting you on the spot. Sometimes people just want to lurk, so... Ouch. I don't want a charge feed passive, actually. Forgot that this is a charge-up weapon. I don't know how I forgot that, but I did. Oh, there's my ammo. Huh. I was having too much fun. Wait, what? What, this Redline charging? Yeah. So, like, charge-up weapons, it's not an exclusive thing to, Maliwan. There's at least one Torg. There's actually multiple Torgs. Plaguebearer is a charge-up. Redline is a charge-up. And then over in Jacob's, the Bloom is a charge-up. Vladoff has Ion Cannon and Kick Charger. COV has Major Kong.
The chaos.
Rhino is another charge up, yeah. lump. Boom. Yeah, the way you use this weapon is you just
But yours
apply a ton of stickies to a boss, and then you watch them die during your reload. Players, because having notifications keeps the stream moving, and small players value those follows, but Malurk. Yeah, like, going long periods of time without notifications popping up, and then things like, you know, the recent events thing in the top left for me moves kind of slow, because I don't follows in there. But it's just one of those things. It gives lurkers a little peace of mind, and it helps me moderate a little bit better. Because legit, 2 days ago, someone followed, and it was their name was just a slur. They never said anything in chat, but name was just a slur. Holy shit, Redline. I was like, oh no, where's my damage? But it was getting there. Making part of your community. We're happy to have you here. Happy to have you.
You cannot flee from the judgment of the heavens.
Twitch doesn't automate usernames. Twitch doing something to make the platform safer for streamers and for viewers? Sorry, that was silly. Yeah, so like the last time this conversation was widespread on Twitch about, you know, helping combat things like, you know, hateful usernames, hate raids as a whole, you know, stuff like that that would benefit particularly streamers that belong to marginalized categories. You know, your people of color, your LGBT streamers, women on the platform, you know, just people who aren't well-off white dudes. The last time that was brought up, you had a bunch of aforementioned well-off white dudes, think 50k plus average viewers, you know, millionaire streamers,
We will see you again, Valkyrie.
actively shooting down the ideas and telling people advocating for said ideas to get off the platform.
Bigger. Keep going.
Like, legit. It was an actual take from them. You can probably go back and find clips and tweets and stuff. I think your Soda Poppin', your Asmongold, those two gems of human beings. So, like,
Gotta know
it's an open secret that Twitch policy is heavily influenced by streamers who have an average of 50k or higher, viewer-wise. And this isn't just, you know, that category of people. For example, Pokimane brought up the gambling issues last year, year before. Then Twitch subsequently became aware of the conversation, and they were like, alright, let's actually crack down on that shit. Because she brought attention to it, used her platform to call attention to the issue. But, that's the thing, we don't have creators with that level of influence who actually give a shit, or at least give a shit enough to talk about it, with things like, you know, the fact that people who look a certain way can't put follower alerts on for fear of the platform cracking down on them because someone threw slurs at them. This is back in 2021 where racially motivated hate raids were a real common thing. I know Glenny got one or two of those. I was lucky. I never got any of the more vicious ones, but Glenny got hit with one. And you know, it was pretty bad. This was a time where we were all putting our chats in emote only after stream. People couldn't like use the commands offline and stuff because everyone was afraid. This is where SiriBot got really popular. Kind of people Dexter should tweet about asking, who are you watching this weekend? Yeah, those people. Yeah. And look out for a purple rarity torque shotgun called Protuberance. Yeah, Protuberance is really good if you get the correct mag part. There's two different ways it can roll. One has a lot lower damage than the other, which is weird, but yeah. Piece of shit company? Absolutely. But, see, they know they can be a shitty company, and I'm comfortable saying this despite being a partnered streamer on the platform. Because, like, they know they don't have to do anything about it, because there's no serious competition. Kick is not a viable alternative for people who are not the XQCs and Aiden Rosses of the world. And YouTube, while being a good starting point, you need to be a creator of a certain size to feasibly change platforms without killing your viewership. So like, if I go back in time and start on YouTube, I would have, but changing from Twitch to YouTube is not a viable option for a creator of my size. I'm just not big enough. It would kill my income immediately. And Twitch knows that. That's why the only time they implement anything, it's either shit no one asked for, that they just kind of are betaing to see what sticks, or it's specifically things that the people they don't want to lose to competitors or prospective competitors. It's specifically things those people ask for. So, you know, like, they don't want to lose Pokemon to YouTube. So, she brings up something, they look into it. Because they've already lost a lot of their top earners to YouTube and Kick and Facebook and people like Ninja. Ninja doesn't stream on Twitch anymore because they made that weird streaming exclusivity thing where you can't... So before, some streamers were canceling their partnership. Because in the partner contract forever, there's been an exclusivity thing where you can't stream simultaneously. You can't simulcast to other platforms. But then they recently changed it so affiliates can't do that either. So now it's just like... Okay. These people are just not going to stream on your platform at all. And that's that. So Ninja streams to every platform except for Twitch at the same time. Only streamers could grow on YouTube once YouTube gets that sorted out, be mass exodus to YouTube. I certainly hope they sort that out, Gandhi. Because, like, discoverability is not great on Twitch either, but like it's even worse on YouTube because they don't have like even the rudimentary directory style thing that Twitch does. If you could be more discoverable on YouTube, it would have killed Twitch years ago. Streaming on YouTube seems to have taken a backseat to the shorts. Yeah, they're mostly targeting. They're trying to be a TikTok competitor right now, because that's the, pardon the pun, that's the meta. Like Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts. They're trying to get in on that TikTok money, especially with the controversy, you know, like TikTok bans and where your data's going when you're using TikTok and all that stuff. Which is largely being used as a smokescreen to undermine internet privacy, but we won't talk about that. But yeah, it's, to your point, it's out of focus right now. For a while, it seemed like YouTube was making a coordinated effort to be seen as a viable alternative to Twitch as a streaming platform, but they're currently focusing that towards TikTok rather than Twitch, so. Not me shooting them with a res. I'm using other weapons because I burned my redline ammo. Redline's for the boss. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be worth it. I'm putting out on Twitch's exclusivity and whatever. Yeah. Shorts are an issue. Those players make minimal money off shorts, but it skyrockets their subscriber base. However, conversion of viewers of non-shorts is nearly non-existent. Depends on content genre, but yeah, you're absolutely right. There are some styles of content where creators can successfully create a pipeline from their shorts to their long form videos. Like some comedy channels can successfully do that, for example. Some meme channels where they just react to memes all day can successfully do that. And then some like political commentary channels have been able to successfully do that. Streamer clip channels as well. But like all of those are very specific forms of things, and it's not like creators who make long form content, like gaming content in particular, was nowhere in there. Slight overlap with clip channels, but not really. You know, but the channel has a really bad subscriber to viewership figures that hurts your algorithm, forcing more shorts. Yeah, and you'll see weird asymmetrical things like it'll be a channel with 250,000 subscribers and 6 videos. Like, oh, shorts. It makes retention really weird. Shooting the Unforgiven for damage, not like this. Shooting the Unforgiven for groundbreaker, Quag Chad. You remember that time trial submission a couple years ago, Super? Did I just say time trials from a couple years ago? Fuck. Time. This time that. Where it was a trial of discipline, or the Zane shooting the Unforgiven and using Mantis. Like that was the build. It was so sick. We were all so impressed by it. This was like early time trials. I don't know if it was a couple years ago or if it was last year and I'm being an old man with no concept of time. But this was early time trials. There was a Zane run that like You probably search in the Time Trials chat in Lazy's Discord. By like earlier posts. It was so cool. But yeah, it was an actually like competitive speed run of Trial of Discipline. It was just shooting the Unforgiven and clicking heads with Mantis. Hey Gio, how you doing? It's an illusion anyways. I wish, Beef. I wish. About the Chaos? Chaos is good. I don't really think Chaos is particularly underused or underrated. People stop leaving the red line when they farm Road Dog, the Bitwalker. Like, as soon as you get to any enemy with a significant health bar, red line is going to be better than most other things in the game, just flat out. Rolls in every element. Comes from the same enemy everyone's already going to for the Midwalker. Like, it's a no-brainer. This thing in particular in Moses' hands is nutty, but it's good on all characters. A little less desirable on Amara than the others, but still good. Frequency ever be good? Yeah, the frequency can be good. It's just one of those cases where it's a gun where you need to get kills with the gun. And that already creates some problems. Like, you can have guns that are fine in that role, but they have to be like the power level of the Anarchy, for example. Anarchy, you have to get kills with the Anarchy, but it's fine because it's the fucking Anarchy. And also, you can just reload to not have to get the kills anyway. But think of the other guns where you need to get the kill with the gun itself to get the effect. Serial Killer. It would be great if you didn't have to do that. Hydra Frost. You burned so much ammo getting that first kill, and then spraying to get kills while you have the effect up that you run out of ammo because you can't just throw a grenade to start the chain. Skexel in inventory is usable. Skexel's awesome, Gio. I'll do another Skexel run. Fuck it. Skexel was fun. I was so pleasantly surprised by that gun. It did so well. We're gonna do another Skexel run. Just cause. It was so good. Had you on mute back now? Completely forgot about Redline. Storm was a fun mute to watch. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You think make more use, Flack or Zane? Of what? The Skexel or the Redline? About Spade or Contained Blast? Spade's kinda shit. Contained Blast is pretty good. Frequency. Ah, yeah, frequency.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower level.
That's a tough one.
Make your way there and be ready for
I'm inclined to say Flak just because of ammo.
counting on you, Vault Hunter.
The frequency chugs ammo. So yeah, this is the Skexel.
The chaos!
The Skexel fucks. Izzy who? You said it. I don't want to ever hear anything about that trash fucking gun when this shit exists. Every farm company man is pain. That's true. You know, if you're just trying to get your foot in the door for a good artifact for a gun build and you're going to use a lot of different guns, the Pearl is always an option. Pearl is a good starter artifact, and you don't have to worry about part variation too much on it. When in doubt, just get a Pearl. Company man's great, but you don't need it for guns to be good. In a general sense. General sense. Now, this is slowing down because I'm not using my action skill because I'm trying to save for Kraken, but I should just use my action skill. After the bonus elements is good. Broke mag size fire rate? Yeah. Can't find the run? Sag. Farm Company Man is a world drop with Schluter if so inclined? Yes. Mag size helps COV? No, there's only a couple of mag size boosts that do. Matched set on Moze helps. Iron Bank is negative mag size for COV, so it actually hurts you. COV Company Man has a specific heat per shot passive up top, but normal mag size doesn't. Wish Flacker came in more elements, especially corrosive. It'd be really nice if it came in corrosive, but it's still really good. Just got built for it. Check this out. 2 bursts. Skexel the goat. This gun goes so hard. It's so fun. It feels responsive. It's good. It's flexible. It's looking kind of thick. I might ask if it's seeing anybody. My Revolter broke. I don't have my shock bonus element, even though I've got the Revolter VFX on my screen, because, buggy shield. That's fine.
Delirious of your righteous.
Valkyries fall, and death smiles.
Yes, so want some hot coffee.
Something bigger. Keep going.
Skexelon Moze. Priz had an idea for how you could build around Skexelon Moze, and I kind of want to try that out. Max size passives do nothing for COV. Correct. Want the tree? Yeah, please. Push Moze cunning very low? Yeah. Cool to see. Like, using this on Moze with a wish seems like a pretty good time. Can't do superior firepower stuff, but that just means that I can, you know, go red tree for actual gun damage. Yeah, Geo, mag size does not universally work for COV. Specific mag size boosts do. But more don't work than do. Mag size does not help your heat. They are different stats. Only some mag size boosts in this game actually change your shots to break. Like, one I didn't include, I think Amara's Deep Well does give you some COV mag size. Don't spawn if you're here, correct me if I'm wrong. But I vaguely remember it not being the same as mag size. It's like 15 instead of the 20 that you get for mag size. What gear to use on Flak or Flak? Toboggan and Stackbot. And then for the shield slot, your choice of Revolter, Infernal Wish, one-shotter. But definitely Toboggan and Stackbot. If you remind me at the end of this run, I can play Flacker on stream for you. Auto-aim underrated? I think so, because people call it shit. It's not shit. It's not particularly good, but it's not shit. So, technically underrated. It's cool because it's a guaranteed drop. Freddy always drops the auto-aim. So it's easy enough to get one. Short fuse is probably just better at this point. It's stuck to my guns. Damn it, yeah, it's just better. The standard specialist bearer, short fuse, fired up, EM. Yeah, that's just a normal tree. It's just the normal skill tree. For like non-cryo power builds. Damn. Level 72. Fuck level cap increases, man.
The hunt continues.
Just a slow Tuesday Mo's build, something like that. Just me downing myself with this Skexel because I'm bad. Excuse me, don't you, Mr. President? Blew myself up again. It's fine though. Feel for it is the same as 3 and 2 with the cap increase. Honestly, I might just wait for a few months before I play the game. I would just be very annoyed, and I would So like Wonderlands, I never whipped out a save editor until DLC 3, I think. Yeah, because you know I didn't feel the need. BL3, I never save edited until Mayhem 2.0. Which is where we got our second level cap increase. Our second increase was DLC 2. So between DLC 2 and 2.0 is where I started. Basically, if BL4 ends up doing the absurdly frequent level cap increase thing, if it does it at all, I'm just gonna start save editing sooner. That's it. You said Wonderland's the ideal level's 40. I agree. What would your thought be for ideal BO3 level? 57. 57, because that was when you still had to make meaningful choices in which capstone. Because you got enough for 2, but if you wanted important things deep in each tree, you still had to choose, hey, do I want 2 capstones? Do I want 1 capstone? And 57 was the last level where your skill points mattered on Zane. Yeah, 57. Keep it red for Urad Skexel might be an interesting option. That sounds cool. Started a monk in D3 because it's like use Shadow Clone Jutsu and turn them into nukes. Yeah, that's a fun build. That's a fun build. Cat, do not jump onto my desk. I also don't think it's a coincidence that level 57 is like my ideal, and it's also the level cap that we had before 2.0. 57 was when 2.0 was around. We got 60 with Bounty of Blood. And Bounty of Blood is where they started really ratcheting up player power, like, a lot to compensate for the terrible initial balancing of 2.0. We got a lot of power creep guns. DLC 3 was almost entirely power creep guns. But we also got day 1 buffs to those guns. Beacon and Light Show were not good initially. Like, I'm gonna repeat that. Beacon and Light Show were not good. They got day 1 hotfix buffs. DLC 3 got the giraffe treatment. Yeah. Like, look at the itemization of DLC 3. I'm actually gonna put it on screen because it's interesting. Hang on. Okay, here we got Loot Lemon. We're on weapons right now. Actually, let's go elsewhere first. So shields list. I'm gonna filter. I'm gonna go by content. There's no option for DLC 3 because there are no shields in DLC 3. Okay, let's go over to grenades. Let's filter content. DLC 3. It's 2 items. Okay, class mods. There are no DLC 3 class mods. Artifacts. Content, DLC 3, just the Vendetta, which is literally the worst artifact in the game. Now we go to weapons. Content, DLC 3, 31. There's 31 guns here. And let's see, at launch day of DLC 3, post hotfix, how many of these were power creep? Beacon, power creep gun. Complex root, power creep gun. Contain blast, power creep gun. Flipper, power creep gun. Gargoyle, power creep gun. Light show, power creep gun. Miscreant gets forgotten about, but power creep gun. Plumage, power creep gun. It's literally just a better Ruby's Wrath. Robin's Call is turbo shit. Satisfaction was bad at the time. Spade, bad. Stone Thrower was good at the time because bonus projectile behavior. Unkempt Herald was good at the time. Later got power crept to hell. Even Pea Shooter was viable at the time because of bonus projectile behavior thing. Like, there were a lot of really, really strong guns in here. Especially relative to what we had at the time. Keep in mind, something we discussed earlier in the stream, there were not a lot of guns that were, like, Moe's friendly, and what we mean by that is weapons that got a lot of short fuse formula and interacted well with our other skills at the same time. But Beacon, Bloom, Root, Contain Blast, Dowsing Rod Underbarrel, Flipper, Gargoyle, Miscreant, Plumage, Satisfaction, Herald are all actively Moe's friendly. So the itemization of DLC 3 was very impactful for gun slot for the game as a whole at the time of release. You could accurately make the argument that the purpose of DLC 3 was to power creep guns across the game as a whole. Because DLC 3 serves no other purpose in the game, really. There's no repeatable content. Hey Sappho, how you doing? There's no repeatable content. There's no artifacts. There's no blast mods. There's no shields. There's one desirable grenade, and then one okay grenade. DLC 3 also has the least HP of any of the story DLCs, so like, there's no difficulty there either. It's just for the guns. Legendary Hyperion Sniper's Traps? That's not true. Masterwork Crossbow is fantastic, and Tankman's Shield can be built around to make it viable. NARP is kind of shitty, but Masterwork Crossbow is really good. Mother 2's not bad at all. It's one of the weaker TDRs. I would call it bad in comparison to the other options in the manufacturer, but you can force it to work. I finally ran out of ammo. I don't think there's a category of item in this game that said only bad entries. Yeah, I don't think there is either. I don't think there is either. Let me think about it. No. Each category has at least one good item. I'd say Hyperion Snipers are the closest to that, but Atlas ARs are dangerously close as well. Yeah, after this run we'll do a flacker run, and then I think we'll maybe
Definitely your target.
call it a day.
Light that giant bastard up.
Look at this thing. It's so good. Look at the Skexel just clapping cheeks.
Fall and be reborn to the hunt.
Useless was an arms race W. Yeah, that's true.
Attack there, girl.
Torgayars. Contain Blast is good. Juliet's Dazzle is like... I mean, for when it came out, it was fine. Laser Exploder is good. Lovable Rogue's okay. I let my pet die. Add Black Player. Yeah, Atlas and Tediore are the, respectively, #1 and #2 most efficient in terms of, like, ratio of legendaries to viable endgame legendaries. #1 Atlas, #2 Tediore. And that's a stat that surprises a lot of people, but it shouldn't when we look at, you know, quality over quantity. In the case of, say, Jacobs and Vladov. Jacobs and Vladov have a lot of guns that people like inside of the manufacturer, but Jacobs and Vladov make a lot of shit weapons. Like, a lot. Hyperion as well. I love Hyperion. The Hyperion shotgun category goes so hard, but the SMG category has so many guns that have just been lost to time. Meanwhile, Tediore has both the really good showings in legendaries, and it's got Anarchy as a top competitor across guns as a whole, and it's got good non-uniques, even after a 50% nerf to the manufacturer gimmick. Tediore is still up there. Redistributor just for Zane. You can use the redistributor on multiple characters and get it to be okay, but that is as far as you can get it. It is okay. It's viable. It goes in the category of viable. I wouldn't call it amazing though. No manufacturer bats 1,000 in any lands game. Yeah, it's true. It's very true. Smog hard to get, but good. But it's good. How shameful is it for Malwan, their top tier mech robot death machine, can be taken down by a hodgepodge gun held together with spit and duct tape? COV scopes are literally fucking bottles and GoPros. It's so funny. Cool, already set up for Flacker. Beautiful. Let's flack the world.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some.
So I use a stagecoach here for building my stackbot stacks. And we're doing stackbot toboggan. So fully stacked stackbot, 495% gun damage. Toboggan, 100% damage for your next shot. So we chain our fadeaways together with as few shots as possible, while keeping our stackbot stacks as high as possible, and making sure to get our toboggan between every shot. This is how you use the flacker. Because this thing hits a bajillion times, it's very good at stacking the stackbot, it's very good at triggering a head count to refresh your cooldown. And it just kind of, eats. As a BL2 player, seeing the flacker crit is just kind of cursed to me. Was it completely incapable vocal? Was it a case of, like, it could but didn't? Or was it just, like, not able? Myself. It's actually very problematic. believe just not able. Don't quote me on that. No, that makes sense, because, like, people were surprised with launchers could crit in this game. 'Cause, like, there's something about Splash couldn't do that. Yeah, no, like, that makes sense. Like, Cobra has 2 instances. The explosion can't crit, but the bullet can. Because of how Splash works in that game. Yeah, no, that tracks. That tracks. It can, but good luck getting it to consistently happen. So I guess Splash is just as cursed in that game, and it's inconsistency as it is in this game. Today I learned. They're like Skagged and crits in 3. So they happen, they just don't benefit. Where's my pet? Pet. You ever figure out what year it is? Not yet, Kirk. I feel like it's maybe 2019. I think it's maybe 2019, because I'm using a flacker.
I will be.
I will see you again, Valkyries, when the death song begins.
Especially since there's 3 types of Splash in BL2. How many are there in 3? There's
But we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Splash, there's non-MOD Splash, there's 0 radius Splash, there's Splash that has radius but doesn't do friendly fire damage, there's Splash that does friendly fire damage. 5? 2 non-MOD Splashes, so 6. There's the Splash that activates friendly fire damage. No, the Splash that activates self-damage only after a certain distance. The Splash that goes through walls. So we're up to 8. There's Splash that bonus elements don't apply to unless you direct impact. That's the Plague Bearer. So, like, child projectiles of the Plague Bearer don't get bonus elements unless they directly impact. Some weird cursed behavior. That's 2027. I missed some stuff. Good weapons farm early for speed leveling. If you're just trying to level as fast as possible without ever having to really look at your weapon slot again, honestly, just, like, sell everything, get a crit or a hail from Moxie, and you're set forever. That's, like, one of the earliest things you can get. If you're going even earlier than that, then you can grab a TK's Wave while you're on Pandora, and then just never pick up another gun for your playthrough. Because it's that powerful. You could also do Arms Race. Arms Race is very XP efficient. You can just do it at any point and, like, fit. I might be dead here. And no, we're fine. And, like, if you get a Coil or a Dark Army or a Boogeyman while you're doing Arms Race and extract that, then you could just use that for the rest of your playthrough. I have done a full normal mode playthrough with a level 13 Radiation Boogeyman on Moze. Let's see how fast I can complete the campaign. A little bit of a speed run. I know in the, let's see, in any percent, do they use Nimblejack right now? I think they use Nimblejack right now. In speed mod category, they just use the hotfix that lets them get a Vendor Hellwalker. I believe. learned how to do a Ronald Reagan impression, and I'm annoying my more conservative relatives with saying what he did in his voice. Better than me annoying my relatives with my Nancy Reagan impression. Let's hear it. It's just a bunch of glug glug noises, J-Bridge. I don't know if I can do that on stream.
Come on, girl.
You really want me to imitate the throat goat herself on stream? Got myself again. I need to be more careful when my pet isn't alive. Don't you run away from me, sir. Okay, yeah, let's run that back without me blowing myself up. Mac and cheese list 3, 2, 1. You guys try to get redux and shit? No, 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 Ken. No, stay strong. Still scamming people. What do you mean? What do you mean? Where yummy? Oh, I guess the alerts must have, redemptions must have broken. Here, let me see. Oh no, I guess it was just quiet. Here, I owe you a yummy. Yeah, there it is. I'll take that apology for the scamming allegations now, sir. Not scammer for now. This time, this is money at this salon doesn't take deposits. You know who takes deposits? Nancy fucking Reagan. Now, at least one of you might be thinking, Quag, why are you bullying Nancy Reagan over her sucking everyone's dick? People can do what they want with their bodies, and that doesn't make them at all lesser, and that's absolutely true. But what makes it okay to bully Nancy Reagan is that, Nancy and Ronald Reagan were horrible human beings. Up to and including, one of Nancy Reagan's close personal friends, being an out gay man. She cut him off and basically left him to die of AIDS. She's wildly homophobic. So, you know, it's morally correct to bully the throat goat. A little bit of a history lesson for you. In between dick jokes. It's the Quag stream experience. That was a satisfying shot.
They'll never learn.
Or in between us gushing about Cyberpunk and talking competitive Pokemon. Yeah. Play through the Siren right now. I've never played Siren before. How you liking it so far? Amara is my second favorite character in this game.
I was not ready to meet that. They'll never see me.
The administration's higher-ups actually laughed at AIDS affecting the homosexual population, thought it was a good thing. It's true, it'd just make you more mad to see the actual recordings. Oh, not only that, but, you know, the FBI was directed to, sell crack cocaine in black neighborhoods under the Reagan administration. Because they wanted to control it by monetizing it, by unleashing it on black people. Really just ghoulish human beings. Don't want to make a strong build so early in the game. All my guns are level 72, so I got a bit of grinding to get there. It's cool to really know what I'm doing. That's part of the fun. That's part of the fun. See, to me, the experimentation stage is... I mean, I do that at endgame too. But the experimentation is really where this game shines. Because just finding what kinds of things you like, what playstyles you like, what items you think are cool, what feels the most badass to you. Like, all that stuff combined together, that's where this game shines. Yeah, just kill shit, like Moose said. Just kill shit. And you don't really need to worry about a build early game. This game is balanced in such a way that there are no wrong choices while leveling. Almost everything can work. You only need to start being a little more discerning about what you're doing as you start going up the difficulty ladder after the story. So where you're at right now, just try anything and everything.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
I knew I'd blow myself up there, but I waited. Tactical.
You there. How is that?
Okay, that one was unintentional. That's me not being used to having splash radius on my comp.
Go and meet death.
Now I use pet to phase here. If pet would move its fucking ass. Pet. Move your ass. Thank you. Flacker.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at
The
us.
reason I started new games because I got a gun, damage boost, 250 after ace cast. Yeah, that's a strong effect. Definitely a go-to for bossing on gun builds on Amara. That's a standout one. So satisfying. It's such a good gun when you build into it. The Flacker is a gun that so many people will die on the hill of, oh, they nerfed it, now it sucks. Like, you sure? You sure? Because what they actually did was make it the most ammo efficient 2 damage dealt weapon in the shotgun category in the game behind the Anarchy. 1 ammo, all of that. 1 ammo.
When did you eat that?
Carbuncle's very 2019. Ooh, Carbuncle's so good too. Carbuncle is so good too. I want to use that. So many items. E-remapper scammer. Sir. 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 I'm tired. I've been live for 5 hours. That's it for today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. As always, I appreciate the love, the support, the company. Oh, that is a good post. That is a good post, Mr. Sean. I like that. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Plan for tomorrow. I have no fucking idea. Good command. Thank you. I have no idea. Probably more BL3. Most likely. But yeah, once again, welcome to all the new people who stopped in today. I appreciate all of you. Let's go raid Seth. Doing day 3 of attempt 4 of a 1 life Krieg. So really talented player, super nice individual, talented 1 lifer. Borderlands 2 is not normally my favorite viewing experience, but the right person doing it gets me to enjoy it, and this is absolutely one of the right people. Spell this correctly? Yeah, I did. Relifact passives being moderate is weird. It is weird. Oh yeah, I've got my emotes. Feel free to jiggle. It's nice chill vibes over there. Hang out, just enjoy learning some stuff about challenge running in BL2. But yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you guys again. Today was really fun. I appreciate you. Bye bye.